Hello, good evening. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Excuse me, everyone. Can I have your attention? Can I have everyone's attention, please? Good evening and welcome to your City Council meeting. Before Mayor Parker calls the meeting to order, we ask that you please turn off electronic devices. For those of you who have requested to speak, there are two podiums in the chamber. The podium in the back is for individuals with mobility concerns. We ask all of the speakers to step front to the front podium. Each podium has a countdown clock located to the speaker's right that will indicate how much time is remaining. When you have 30 seconds left, a bell will sound. When your time is ended, the bell will sound again, indicating your time is ended. Before you begin your comments, please state your name. Thank you for your attention.
Good evening. How is everyone? Okay, we're so glad you're here. We're going to start the meeting, and we also have a special performance after our prayer, so get ready for that, right, Estella? Okay.
The invitation will be provided by Joyce Brown Thomas, Our Lady Mother of Mercy St. Anne's Altar Society. Please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the pledges of allegiance to the United States and state of Texas.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Most gracious and most kind God, author and maker of all creation, of all mankind, of every good and perfect gift. Father, we adore you, we magnify you, we glorify you today. We ask that you would just forgive us our sins, be them active or passive. And yet, Father, we ask that you would just be in the midst tonight. You said in your words that, well, one or two are gathered in prayer, my Heavenly Father will hear them. And in that same Gospel of Matthew, the 12th chapter, it also says, when two or three are called together in my name on one accord, I'll be in the midst. Father, I pray that you would be in the midst tonight as the city council will draw together, try to make decisions for the city. I ask that you would just anoint them, bless them. I ask that you would not only bless them individually, I ask that you bless them collectively. And as for me, your humble servant, Father, I know no way to come to you below and humble. I ask that you would just be in the midst. You gave us grace and allowed us to be here safely. When we leave here, we ask that you would give us traveling grace and mercy, that we might be able to return to our homes and everything will be well. I know no other way but to ask this in the holy name of Jesus, your Son. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Okay.
Ron, I think we can move now into our special presentations and proclamations. Sorry, we're not used to all the beautiful entertainment. Thank you so much. That was a great initial performance. We appreciate you. Next.
Presentation of proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month.
And Councilmember Flores and Councilwoman Martinez will both present this proclamation.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. We are very excited to present the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation for 2023. And, just Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the richness and diversity of the Hispanic culture. Citywide celebrations include festivals, traditional foods, parades, and performances that are planned from September 15th and October 15th. So you have a pin on the dais that you can wear throughout the month. Join Visita Fort Worth in celebrating our heritage, tracked back to Spain, Mexico, Caribbean, and Central and South America. And this explains the Hispanic heritage and the connection to the North Side being a tri-ethnic district. And South Side, of course, we can't forget South Side. Hispanic organizations and businesses enrich our culture and fuel the Fort Worth economy. And so we have Estela Martinez from Visit Fort Worth. We have our Ballet Folklorico student from TCU and the La Gran Plaza Mariachi Band. So I will now read the proclamation. Whereas Visit Fort Worth is proud to partner with several Hispanic organizations in Fort Worth to honor and celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, the official month, September 15th through October 15th, recognizes Hispanic and Latino American contributions to our nation's history, culture, and society. And whereas festivities highlight the cultural diversity and unity of the Hispanic community in Fort Worth, on September 17th, the Fiestas Patrias Parade in the historic stockyards will kick off celebrations. The parade will precede an all-day celebration including live music, food, and an equestrian extravaganza event at Cowtown Coliseum. Featured guests will include Fort Worth City officials and council members, the Consul General of Mexico in Dallas, Charros, Escaramuzas, and several Hispanic organizations throughout Fort Worth. And whereas, on the afternoon of September 17th, the Fort Worth Grito celebration at La Gran Plaza de Fort Worth, the Latin American shopping hub, will honor Mexican Independence Day with live music, ballet folklorico, dance performances, and ceremonies. And whereas throughout the month, Visit Fort Worth will partner with the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the City of Fort Worth, District 2, Councilman Carlos Flores, District 11, Councilwoman Jeanette Martinez, the Fort Worth Botanic Garden, Artes de la Rosa, Sundance Square, the Michelada Festival, the historic stockyards, and La Gran Plaza de Fort Worth. Fort Worth will honor cultural institutions, restaurants, businesses, and Western heritage groups celebrating Hispanic heritage with a full calendar of events. And whereas the total Fort Worth Hispanic population is now at 36%, it is important to recognize and celebrate the heritage of our residents, workers, and visitors. Everyone is welcome to celebrate the incredible cultures and traditions that make Fort Worth a great place to live and visit. Now, therefore, the City of Fort Worth does hereby proclaim and celebrate September 15, 2023 to October 15, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Fort Worth. Sorry. You want to do pictures now, or? Okay.
¿Quieres que diga? ¿Puedo decir algo? Can I say something? Let me say something before that. Well, first of all, we want to thank you for giving us this space to bring a little bit of cheer for Fiestas Patrias Hispanic Heritage. In each of your districts, we're collaborating from Botanic Gardens, Stockyards, Southside, Alliance, Airport, Texas Motor Speedway. Throughout the entire month, we're looking for the different things that are happening in our city to highlight everybody. We invite everyone to go to forward.com, Hispanic Heritage Month, to look at the variety of festivals, restaurants offering special things. And we have TCU bringing back their 13th biennial Latin American Music Festival. This variety of things is for everybody in our community. We invite everyone to come and celebrate what you love about Hispanic heritage. Thank you so much, and I want to thank everybody that is here, our partners, to be able to join us in the picture.
Yes, thank you.
Next, we have a presentation or proclamation for Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce 50th anniversary.
All right. Jeanette? Where'd you go? All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my honor to be able to continue in our celebration of Hispanic heritage by presenting a very appropriate proclamation for a very deserving organization. The Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber is calling it their 50 years of being a very effective chamber and a wonderful organization to work with. It's a dedicated organization filled with people that come to work every day and take their mission to mind and to heart. They help develop and sustain our businesses from large to small across the city, including our minority neighborhoods. And they do this every day, and they do this to help in that entrepreneurial spirit. The Hispanic Chamber offers supportive services and resources for those that don't know how to approach starting a business, for instance, and they've grown. They've offered more of those resources with each passing year, and I'm proud to present this proclamation. Whereas, since its inception in 1973, the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has helped businesses start, expand, and connect with a wide range of resources across Fort Worth and Tarrant County. The Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber proudly is celebrating a 50-year legacy of supporting businesses and entrepreneurs from all walks of life with these resources to foster a vibrant economic environment for their members. And whereas the vision of the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber is to serve as an effective change agent, building a better Fort Worth through inclusion and strategic partnerships, including but not limited to other chambers, government bodies, and all organizations involved in economic development in Fort Worth. And I just realized something. Do you see what I'm talking about, Jeanette? We're kind of alone here. Where are our chamber folks? Jeanette, get up here. Come on. It's being a little lonely up here. Okay. All right, now that we have more company here, I'll continue. Whereas the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber completes this vision through their work in hosting forums, speaker series, business development programs, partnerships, and programs at the municipal, state level, federal level, and last but foremost, keeping a clear channel open for business assistance, any member at any time. And whereas the motto of the Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber is that they are in the business of business and support an educated workforce to engage in serving the community. This Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber has performed in strong fashion for 50 years, and the legacy continues under the leadership of President and CEO Annette Landeros and her incredible staff. Now, therefore, the City of Fort Worth does hereby proclaim and celebrate on September 12, 2023, the 50th anniversary of Fort Worth Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Before we get to the pictures.
Council, we just want to say thank you so much for all the support that you all have offered us, today, but also through our entire 50 years. We've been looking through photos and mementos of all the 5 decades, and mayors and council members have been truly standing behind our organization every step of the way. It's incredible when you live in a city that wants to work together and wants to see each other thrive, what we can build. So we look forward to continuing to partner together to build a better city for the next 50 years. So thank you.
Before we take pictures, I heard a request from the back of the room. The North Side Mariachis Escuelas de Plata want to join us for a picture? Yeah. Okay. Ramon, get your people ready. Let's go.
Mayor. Oh, yes. Everyone's welcome.
And council members?
Feel free. Mayor?
Yeah. Yeah, Mayor's here already.
Come on in.
Are you gonna play?
Oh. You wouldn't want that. Piano major, guitar, no.
No nap.
Okay. We need some Jared type. Get on me. Put him on me. There you go. All right. Okay.
Thank
Sure,
you.
still
Yes.
look at it.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, next we have the presentation of the certificates of completion for the Lanzar Fort Worth program.
Thank you. I'm going to call these names, and y'all can go ahead and come down and to be a little efficient tonight. This is through the Chamber of Hispanic. It's actually very fitting this is happening tonight. It wasn't planned, maybe staff did, but it wasn't planned on my part at least to have y'all here with everything else going on with the Hispanic Chamber. But Jose Flores, Flor de Gamboa, Tomasa Monreal, Tony Chavez, Andy Beltran, Hector Garcia, Victor Francisco Rosas Aguilar, Ana Karen Medina Garduña, Yesenia Gomez, and Andres Acuna. This group, let me back up for a second. Last November, I was at National League of Cities, and Mayor Pro Tem Bivens has said before, if you come away with at least one thing out of that conference, it's a good thing. And so I was there, met with the National League of Cities, the City Inclusive Entrepreneurship through the Kauffman Foundation. They had a $15,000 grant that I was able to go through a program, and this was the help of Jack Carvalho at the time, and now Danelle and Jasmine Gutierrez. Where are you, Jasmine? Are you down there? I'm going to be down there in just a second, but I want to introduce that group. This group went through an intense session. It just happened at the time that Annette Landeros had given her State of the Chamber speech, talking about that you want to invest in small businesses. And that'd been a passion. It's a passion of mine. And so this cohort was put together and really learning to build their businesses. They're primarily Spanish speaking. They do speak English, but they taught the course in Spanish. But they learned critical skills like marketing, business culture, credit and finances, talent recruitment, those basic things I think a lot of businesses take for granted. But they really put it together, and I'm really excited, and I want to say congratulations to all of you for making this commitment. So with that, I'll come down, we can take some pictures. Anybody that wants to join as part of that, feel free. Really appreciate that, and if anybody wants to make remarks on behalf of the group, I'm great with that too.
I just want to say that this class was made possible, thank you to Councilman Crane. But the idea was really brought to life by our staff member, Jasmine Gutierrez, and Veronica Sauto, our facilitator. So again, 10 weeks, 2 hours after a long workday, they would come to our office and learn about how to improve their business and continue to build their business. So these folks are not only class graduates, they're business owners, soon to hopefully continue to grow, maybe hire more folks, and help supplement income for families and just be part of our economic fabric in our city. So I wanted to say thank you. Completely in Spanish course, thanks to Veronica. Is there anything you want to say?
Yes, I want to say thank you to all for this opportunity, for the community. Thank you, Forward, because you gave us the opportunity to build skills, to have more knowledge, to develop, to understand the business practices in United States. And we're coming not to work so hard. We're coming to succeed. We are coming to work smartly. So thank you for everything you have done for us. Thank you so much.
Yay. I think Mayor Pro Tem Bivens wanted to say something as well. Go ahead, Mayor.
Before you guys leave, I want you to know that the Hispanic Chamber has been the foundation for a number of small businesses starting. Years ago, we used to have the Building Capacity Program, and I just want to salute you guys to let you know that the city really hasn't had to give you anything. You've always been strong. And when Rosa was there, I participated in your leadership classes. And so just know, when I get a call asking where can I get help, I refer them to your chamber because of the training that you do in terms of reading blueprints, building, all of that. And so I salute you, I embrace the history, and just wanted you to know that I have tangible experience with your success. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Michael Crane, thank you for bringing this forward. What a great opportunity that I think the city can build upon. And goes without saying how amazing Annette Landeros is and her entire team of the Hispanic Chamber. You guys are doing transformative work, and I hope that you enjoyed getting to start this program. I think it can go even further into the future. And to our business leaders, thank you for believing in Fort Worth and this program and investing in our community, because our city will be stronger because of businesses like you. So we just want you to know that the city is here to support you along the way, and I'm so glad that you took advantage of this program that Councilmember Crane brought forward. So God bless, and y'all have a great evening.
Next is a presentation of proclamation for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
This one's me, and I'm going to come down to the podium. Good evening to my fellow city council members, and of course, I'll wait for the microphone. Wait, testing. Ron's gonna fix it.
It should be on.
It's on? Nope. Hello, hello.
We'll try the other one.
Yep. Better? So good evening to my fellow city council members and attendees from the city of Fort Worth. September is National Childhood Awareness Month. Nonprofits at the local and national level, including the American Cancer Society, help children with cancer and their families through educational, emotional, and financial support. And this evening's proclamation will be brought forward and accepted by the American Cancer Society. I believe that Dana is here in attendance, and Bill Cruz, if you want to join me at the podium. Whereas childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease in children, 1 in 285 children in the United States will be diagnosed by their 20th birthday. And whereas 46 children per day, or 16,790 children per year, are diagnosed with cancer in the US, and 80% of childhood cancer patients are diagnosed late and with metastatic disease. And whereas on average there have been 0.6% increase in incidence per year since the mid-1970s, resulting in an overall incident increase of 24% over the last 40 years. 2/3 of childhood cancer patients will have chronic health conditions as a result of their treatment toxicity, with 1/4 being classified as severe to life-threatening. And whereas approximately 1/2 of childhood cancer families rate the associated financial toxicity due to out-of-pocket expenses as considerable to severe. Whereas in the last 30 years, only 6 new drugs have been approved by the FDA to specifically treat childhood cancer. Researchers and healthcare professionals work diligently dedicating their expertise to treat and cure children with cancer. And whereas hundreds of nonprofit organizations at the local and national level, including the American Cancer Society's Gold Together initiative, are helping children with cancer and their families cope through educational, emotional, and financial support. And whereas too many children are affected by this deadly disease, and more must be done to raise awareness and find a cure. Now, therefore, the City of Fort Worth does hereby recognize and proclaim September 2023 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Fort Worth. Thank you very much. Of course.
I just want to say on behalf of all of the children and teenagers in Fort Worth who are fighting cancer and their families, thank you for honoring them.
Next is a presentation of certificate of recognition for the donation from Bike the Blue.
Councilmember Flores is going to present this proclamation.
Okay, we have some bikes coming on down the stairs.
Rick, why didn't you write it down? Write it down the stairs, no?
I'll write it out.
Okay, okay. Oh, there's more coming. I promise if you'll come back on another Tuesday, it's usually not this exciting. So just the caveat there.
Okay, I think that's it. And we're just going to call, wrong mic. Now we're just going to call a few officers down. Yeah. Don't be scared, guys. Come on. Okay. While they're coming on down, I'm just going to have some opening remarks before I read the certificate of recognition. I want to thank Stephanie Culver to get started here with Bike the Blue, who held a fundraiser on July 28th, to raise money to have the ability to buy these bicycles, but not your average bicycles. These are very well-equipped bicycles, and they have a very specific purpose. Fort Worth police have used to great effect bike patrolling. It offers another layer, a softer layer of patrol presence, especially in areas where there is heavy population and makes it difficult for a traditional cruiser to navigate through. It's a great presence, and it makes police more accessible to the people that they protect. So I want to thank Stephanie for making that happen. First time that Northwest Division is going to get a bike patrol. So I think that deserves an applause. And she does this in a collaborative fashion, not just with police, but another organization that I think it's noteworthy also to mention, the Fort Worth Bike Support Group. It's a 501c3, and they were created since 1991, and they share that same mission. So putting all these resources together makes this possible. So without further ado, I will read their certificate of recognition from the office of Mayor Maddie Parker and District 2. Bike the Blue has generously chosen to donate 8 bikes to the Fort Worth Northwest Division. Bike the Blue is a community-based, volunteer-driven, grassroots organization dedicated to bringing police and the community closer. Fort Worth's passion for its community and strong support of its police department resulted in contributions from various donors to Bike the Blue to be able to donate these bikes to the Fort Worth PD Northwest Division. Contributions like these strengthen Fort Worth's reputation as an all-American city and ensure that the city is recognized as one of the best places to live, play, and serve. So I present this certificate to Bike the Blue. Here he goes.
I have a little something here for all the council members. I hope I have enough in here. But Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the City of Fort Worth Council, I stand before you today with immense gratitude and pride as we gather to present the Fort Worth Police Department Northwest Divisions with these 8 new bikes for Bike Patrol. These bikes will undoubtedly enhance efficiency and effectiveness of our officers' vital work in our community. I want to take a moment to express our heartfelt thanks to the remarkable sponsors who made this possible. It is because of their unwavering commitment to public safety and community well-being that we stand here today with these bikes ready for deployment. First and foremost, we extend our deepest appreciation to Creative Solutions in Healthcare. That is Rick Maxey and Gary, that's not here with us right now, he's traveling. Those who support us, they have really made this dream become a reality. They've shown us what the true partnership means, and for that, we are immensely grateful. We also would like to thank U.S. Energy, Emerald Services, LaRev Skincare and Laser, Quattro Tax, Creative Solutions, yes again, they stepped up twice. Volcanic Bikes, they donated one of these bikes to you guys. LSM Associates, Paradise Park Ventures, Stanton & Co., Side Saddle Saloon, 3 Solutions, Dan Villegas, Lyft Marketing, Rick Muller, Madison Title, and of course, the Bike the Blue board members that are here today. Dan Villegas, Rick Maxey, Chris Farrell. If you want to stand, you can. Don Stackhouse, he lives in New York, but he travels in. Kelly Monolock, and Stephanie, myself. Each of you played a pivotal role in this endeavor, and we thank you for your generosity and dedication to our community. In these challenging times, it is heartening to witness how our community and local businesses come together to support our law enforcement. We believe that these bikes will not only enhance the safety of our officers, but also strengthen the bond between police force and the community that they serve. As we move forward, we want to assure our sponsors and the City of Fort Worth council members that we are committed to ensuring that these bikes will make a meaningful impact. Once again, thank you to our incredible sponsors and to your belief in our mission, your support for public safety, and your dedication to making Fort Worth an even better place to live. Together, we are making a difference in our community, one pedal at a time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And just to keep it brief, Commander, I don't know if you'd like to say a word on behalf of Northwest Division?
Mayor and Council, on behalf of the Northwest Divisions, I appreciate Bike the Blues, and I appreciate the city leaderships and the police leadership for allowing the acceptance of these bicycles. When these donations were coming to us, we had 12 officers express an interest to become a bike certified to utilize these bikes, and they're that much excited to become certified so that they can utilize the bike the best way as possible. So I just want to send out appreciation to everybody that was involved in the process, and we'll definitely put them into good use. Thank you.
Little FYI, each bike costs around $3,000.
That includes saddlebags, your lights are in here. We don't put lights on the one bike, so you have sirens, you have your lights, you have your saddlebag, you have your rack, and the bike itself. They're not cheap.
Right, no, not at all. All right, well, let's all gather around, get a picture. Mayor, Council, I don't know if anyone wants to join us? Looking at you guys? No?
All right, if everybody could do me a favor and just squeeze in.
All right, hold on, we're waiting for Mayor.
The top
The officers are taking on.
Oh, that's mine.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
Okay, so now we have the recognition of the winner of the Mayor Mattie Parker High School Art Competition 2023.
Parker, if you want to come on down, and Lauren and Jay, you're welcome to, and DJ, if y'all like to come stand behind Parker, that would be more than fine. As Parker is walking down, she's going to hate this, but today's her birthday, y'all. I know. Happy birthday, Parker. How old are you, Parker? 17. Just what every 17-year-old wants to do on their birthday night is hang out at City Council, right? This is a fun one, and incredible special thanks to Fort Worth Arts, to Lauren Saba, and to Jay Wilkinson for being here. We have an annual mayoral high school art competition here in the city of Fort Worth that is open to all young artists from Fort Worth and surrounding areas. And the 2023 winner is Parker Heiner from Boswell High School. And we're recognizing her winning piece tonight, which is entitled The Yummy Store. It's probably hard to see for all of you, but I can promise you, you can see an incredible talent by Parker, taught and helped guided by her high school art teacher, DJ, who is here behind me in the very nice bow tie. And in the past, we have kind of hidden this away, and I get a presentation, I go to the competition, which is very special, and this piece of art is always displayed in my office. But I thought it was important, number one, for you to be inspired by the talent that exists across Fort Worth classrooms, and Parker is just an example of that. But importantly, to lift up the importance of the arts community in the city of Fort Worth. And Parker, we're incredibly excited to watch you grow and continue to flourish as a professional artist someday. So thank you so much for being here this evening, and we're so thankful. If I'm remembering correctly, the Yummy Store is really a reflection of your childhood and your grandparents. And I understand that once this piece of art is displayed in my office for the next year, you're going to present it to your grandmother as a memory of your grandfather. Am I correct in remembering that? Thank you so much for letting us have it. It'll be in safekeeping, I promise you. You're welcome to say a few words, or I can turn to Lauren here to say some things about the competition. Okay, she's pointing at Lauren. Lauren, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Parker. Yeah, she pretty much said most of what this program is. I am the co-founder and founder of Fort Works Art and Gallery of Dreams, which is a nonprofit, which is here to support the community, to support arts, and to support our youth and our high school students. This is a project that's very close to my heart. It's my favorite program that we do all year long. It's our 7th year to do this, and it started very also grassroots, and now we're in the museum district, and the students get a 2-week art exhibition at a white wall gallery. They get their artwork looked at by a director or executive of one of our major museums here in Fort Worth, the Kimball, the Amon Carter, or the Modern Art Museum. And they have financial awards, and of course, they get to get their picture taken and meet the mayor. So this is just something that we'd like to continue and to expand on. We need the support of the teachers. We need the support of the parents. And we need the support of the community. We've had a lot so far. DJ, who is Parker's teacher, is a great example of what support in the community really looks like for the arts. So, without further ado, I just want to say thank you all for letting us be here, and Parker Heiner, congratulations.
Okay, next is presentation of certificates of recognition to Council District 5 Board and Commission members.
Y'all come on. Yeah, you too. All the stuff he did it with you. I want to ask the audience to excuse my back to them, but these plaques are heavy, so I just had to get them down here. I'm going to read you the appreciation language, and then I'll tell you some things about these people. Whereas Will, Nita, and Glenda have served on the building standards and the library advisory and the Plan Commission and Capital Improvements, those boards and commissions, whereas their dedication and service deserve all the recognition available. And I would love to personally congratulate all of them and wish them the best in their future city endeavors. Now, therefore, I thank them for their service to these boards and commissions, and I wish you much success always. And it is signed by me, and I think I have a seal. And now I'll tell you about these characters I'm up here with. Turn around. These two people, although they live in District 5, they drive all over Fort Worth. And what they're looking for is, where do we have bad streak markings? Hey, Zeta, I see you. And so they have driven all over town. And when I was new to the council, I would tell them, that's not my district, I don't care. They didn't stop, and so I said, okay. And now we have a schedule for street striping and more buttons. Thank you. Y'all should thank them too. Now, I've been friends with her since, when? Third grade. Yeah, third grade. And Glenda Thompson fills in where needed. Her most recent one was library. But you probably saw her at the rodeo because she's connected with those people. So these are just salt of the earth people. And I want you to applaud them because when you give board service, you really give away your time. And if you're a good board member like Melissa McDougall, who used to live, well, she still is in the 5 and 5. She chaired zoning for us. I did not know that she was giving up vacation time on her job. So board service is very important. And I can tell you with these folk, we had the best. And so their time's up. We're going to squeeze in and take a picture so I can look skinny, and I'll just hold one plaque. So y'all come on in here. And these are all my friends too, just so you know. What's in your garden? You plant anything? No. Too hot, yeah, me too. Thank you.
Weeds, volunteer.
So this is Paul. And I'm gonna, yeah, Paul's not here. So Glenda, hope you get somebody to carry it on for you. And you two, characters you are, thank you.
And thank you for your
Thank you so
service.
much. Thank you.
Could I say a couple of words?
You want to talk? Haven't you heard all this?
Just a
Brief,
couple- just a
brief.
couple words.
Okay. I'm gonna stand here with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this lady right here is the finest city council person we've had in District 5 forever. And at her urging, she put me to work. She's good at it. But she put me in service on 2 boards, Urban Forestry Commission, 3rd year City Plan Commission, and that entails 4 counties. Have a meeting here in the morning. But Nita here and the city right now is looking to have this urban forestry group together. Nita was instrumental in setting that up with the mayor and the council 18 years ago in the first tree ordinance we had. But Gina, I want to thank you for the opportunity to serve the city.
I like a man who brags on his wife. You're all right with me, Bill. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
The proclamation for Reverend Ralph Waldo Emerson Jr. has been rescheduled for the City Council meeting to be held on September 26th. Items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda, and please be advised that MNC 23-0724 on the consent agenda is in Council District 11 and not 8.
Thank you. We have two items to withdraw from the consent agenda. The first one is MNC 23-0743, and the second one is MNC 23-0745.
Items to be continued or withdrawn by staff.
And there is one item to be continued. That is ZC 23-066, and that'll be continued until October 17th.
All right, now we're going to hear speakers on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ron. We have a few speakers on the consent agenda. Just a moment. Our first speaker is Bo Trainer, followed by Adrian Smith by phone. Council, go ahead.
Bo Trainer is only if there's opposition, and the same thing goes for
Daniel
Ellen
Smith.
Atkins.
Okay.
Okay.
Then let's move to Adrian Smith by phone.
Mr. Smith, please go ahead.
Yeah, Adrian Smith, I am one with the people. MMC 230745 to those individuals who have handouts in city council chambers. As this matter relates to Dr. Joel Fitzgerald, Chief Fitzgerald, as we all have come to know him here in Fort Worth, the ongoing litigation matter as it relates to his unlawful and wrongful termination by the city of Fort Worth, and how much it is costing the taxpayers because this city will not admit or just realize that this is a losing battle. You all wrongly terminated Chief Joel Fitzgerald. Now we are about to reach a $900,000 price tag at the expense of taxpayers because of your failed policies and I say desires to paint a picture or a narrative about someone's character that never existed. We know that this matter stemmed from former Mayor Bessie Price, City Attorney, not City Attorney, our current City Manager, Mr. Cook, and County Commissioner Manny Ramirez, a former PD reserve officer who's also the former POA's president. We know that you all, there was an attempt to assassinate this man's character. It was deemed that he was terminated because of misconduct. However, the Texas Workforce Commission determined that was false. So now the language is speaking to a whistleblower allegations. But we know that all in all, this is wrong. So what I'm saying is, as it relates to Mr. Fitzgerald, since he's left Fort Worth, his tenure has served him well. He served as police chief in Waterloo, Iowa, and the mayor of Waterloo, Iowa stated, when you look back over 2 years, we have made tremendous strides. Mayor Hart said. That's when he was police chief in Waterloo, Iowa. He's now the current police chief in Denver, and they have welcomed him with open arms. And Chief Fitzgerald's own words states that I am a person of integrity and I care about the people we serve. Fitzgerald said, I set expectations high for interactions with people. It is important to be someone who beats crime and builds legitimacy and trust in the community. The exact thing he was doing here in Fort Worth before he was wrongly terminated. So to Councilmember Nettles, to Councilmember Williams, to Councilmember Beck, remember how the POA treated you. You all,
Council, I believe that's the last of our speakers because I think the rest are only if there's opposition, just for clarity on your list. Got a motion to approve the agenda and a second. Any other discussion, Council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, so next is the removal of items on the consent agenda, and that is M&C 230743, which is on page 6.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to pull this off just because I know it's a big deal for our District 6 constituents. And two, I wanted to commend city staff for all the hard work that y'all put day in, day out. This project in particular is a opportunity for us to continue to partner with private development to ensure that our roads are right-sized to meet the need of growth, especially in the far southwest portion of the city. And so I'm really excited about Brewer Road being expanded, a segment to Risinger Road, and just wanted to also put on the record that we're working to take it to Sycamore through another similar agreement. So with that, I enthusiastically move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, M&C 23-0745. On page 2.
Thank you. Councilmember Nettles, did you need to add anything to this item? Okay. Motion by Councilmember Crane. Can I get a second, council? Thank you. Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is announcements by city council members and staff, including upcoming and recent events, recognition of citizens, approval of ceremonial travel if needed.
Thank you. Councilmember Flores, you're up.
Thanks, Mayor. All right, first slide. Opening day for Sabine Jarvis Little League. Joining me, Deputy Chief Pedro Criado, Northwest Division Commander Jason Kim, and the MPOs and the commander through the first pitch. Next slide, please. All right, August 26th, Cowtown Coliseum Founding Partner Reception. We welcome 2 businesses to the Cowtown Rodeo Heritage Partnership. That was American Hat Company and Pendleton Whiskey, celebrated there with a night on the rodeo. Next slide, please. August 30th, as we just recognized earlier, Bike the Blue turns 4. Raise money for the donations of those 8 bikes to the Northwest Division Bike Patrol. Thank you very much again for everyone involved. Next slide, please. All right, the NASJRB held a 9/11 remembrance ceremony to mark the 22nd anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Thanks to Captain Mark Berger McLean. Next slide, please. All right, we have announcements. So safe, so clean, so green. There you go, David Cook. All right, FY 2024 budget talks in District 2, Thursday, September 14th at 6 p.m. at the Northside Community Center at 1100 Northwest 18th Street. Please be there. Lots of good information. And as Estella alluded to earlier, everyone here is cordially invited to participate in Fiestas Patrias Parade, Hispanic Heritage Kickoff Celebration in the Stockyards. That's Sunday, September 17th at 11 a.m. So join us and be merry. That's all I have.
Thank you, Carlos. Next up is Councilmember Crane.
Great. I have two quick slides. One, I just want to remind everybody it's Library Card Sign-Up Month. If you don't have a library card, get one. Lots of opportunities through our library, not only with programs for yourself and your children, but also the Libby app that's online. You can download a lot of books and things like that that I listen to. So I just want to remind everybody about that. And then the second one is National Suicide Awareness Month. I just want to remind people, I've been dealing with a lot of death lately. 2 friends that have, over the last couple months, have killed themselves. We all have baggage. We all have issues. We all have problems. It's not, you shouldn't be ashamed of it. Call somebody. 988 is a national awareness hotline. If you have issues or problems, do it. Hell, call me 817-677-8258. But the problem is we have to reduce the stigma that someone that has issues or problems can talk to someone about it. So I just want to point that out. It's important to me. And I'll tell you right now, I don't care what social media says, all those people that are posting great things about their lives, I guarantee you have problems or issues too. So it's okay to talk about it, for us to talk about it, and call, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few announcements. First of all, it was a really exciting time to have a listening circle with our neighbors in Como. Special thanks to our community engagement liaisons, both Tracy Edwards and Joaquin Castillo, for the help in facilitating the conversation. We also got to present some awards to a number of folks who live and have businesses in the Como community. Next slide. So if any of y'all are wondering if I actually was any good at playing football when I was younger, here is your chance. We will be having a Super Saturday Football Fun Day, and me and the Fort Worth Police officers will be playing 15 to 18-year-olds who are probably on varsity. So if you really want to see if I was good or not now, please come out and join us. We'll be at the Chisholm Trail Community Center. And in the event that there is rain, I do believe that we will be moving the event to the North Crowley High School indoor football facility. So it should be a great time. Come get a laugh at me, not so good. And we look forward to seeing you there. Next slide. And then the last announcement for the evening, our next budget talk in District 6 will be Monday, September 18th, and I believe that will be the last budget meeting for this particular fiscal year budget. And so please come out whether you live in a district or not. This is your last chance to make your voice heard. We love hearing input from all of you, so please make sure to come out and make your voice heard during this budget cycle. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Williams, I feel like I should warn you that Aaron Rodgers injured his Achilles last night, and he's a professional football player, and he makes $39 million a year, so you can't really walk around in a boot. Yeah, exactly. So I'm just putting that on the record.
Thank you. And now you have to knock on some wood, because if you're an athlete like I am, that just completely jinxed the whole thing.
Sorry about that. Yeah, just throwing that out there. Councilmember Hill.
I had the opportunity to tour the new Bowie House Hotel, which is due to open in October. Pictured is Joe Ellard, Earl Fondell, and Austin construction team, which was, they took the time to walk me through the hotel. It's a beautiful space. We're excited to have it. It's going to be the 4th Auberge managed property in the state. And so I hope y'all will take an opportunity when it opens to go visit. Thank you.
Councilmember Nettles.
Thank you. I may just join y'all on that football field so I can play football with the officers. Tour of the Goodwill campus. Had a great opportunity to tour the campus with the leadership there. Next slide, I'm gonna be very brief. Blue Door Kitchen ribbon cutting. The Boys and Girls Club opened a phenomenal kitchen, which is gonna allow them to cook and service all their Boys and Girls Club throughout the area. Next slide. Southside Neighborhood Reunion. It's a great event. It was hot, sweating. Next slide, please. Eastbury, which was today, which is also today is my grandmother's birthday. She's 79 years old. So if you're watching, which I know you're not, happy birthday. Enjoy the cake. Next slide, please. Oak Grove Community Park public meeting. We had an opportunity to move some funds to make this park happen. There's a lot of development that's happening on Everman Parkway and in Oak Grove, and so we want to make sure that we have open space as well as park space. So please come to that meeting so we can see what we can bring to the community. Next slide, please. We have an unsheltered in the Polytech community. Jeanette Martinez will be joining me to have a conversation about how we can fix our homelessness in the city of Fort Worth and in the Polytech area. And that is going to be Monday, September the 18th from 6:30 to 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Councilmember Beck.
All right. First slide, we had the opportunity to tour the City of Fort Worth's Medical Innovation District and the businesses within that. And it's really exciting to see what type of innovation we have here in Fort Worth, some local companies really making their name known nationally. So it was certainly a sense of pride to see those. Next slide. We got to, if you don't know, you know now, the Forest Park mini train is now open and operational. I hope you will all go enjoy it. There's a photo of myself and Richard Zavala on the mini train, but for us, we just call it a regular old train. Next slide. We had our District 9 budget meeting. I really appreciate everyone that came out and shared their thoughts. Even if you are in District 9 and you weren't able to make that meeting, I would encourage you to attend the remaining meetings that my colleagues are hosting. Next slide. All right, we got to serve some ice cream at the Ronald McDonald House, a really worthy charity. And I guess this would be a good time to let PD and Fire know that I committed y'all to a cook-off in a couple of months. So look for an email about that. Next slide. The City Center hosted the second annual Memorial Tower Climb, where first responders climb the same number of stairs that they did in the World Trade Center. I would also like to commend our chief for not breaking the bell this year when he rang it when he completed. It was a really great event, and I really appreciate all of the Fort Worth Fire Department and Fort Worth Police Department, along with neighboring agencies that came out to participate and honor those that lost their lives in the World Trade Center. Next slide. All right, we got some fun stuff coming up in District 9. Starting with this weekend, we have Oktoberfest. I would encourage you all to head on out there and get your Stein and your beer and have a little fun. And then next slide. So the next two slides, Friday on the Green is back. So the weather is a little cooler. I'd encourage you to head on out and catch some live music. And then the next slide, weekend after, we have Arts Goggle in the near South Side, and it's a do not miss event. So I hope to see you all there. That's it.
Councilmember Blaylock.
Thank you, Mayor. So we had the privilege of attending Northwest ISD's engagement a couple weeks ago, where we had Board of Trustees President Steve Sproils talk about Northwest ISD's strategic goals. Superintendent Mark Faust provided an overview of growth, construction projects, safety goals, and successes. The school district is 30,000 plus students strong starting this year, and they're growing at about 1,000 students a year, and that's projected through the next 5 years.
329.
And that too.
September 12th.
Okay.
Time as a speaker.
So I want to extend a special thanks to Lawrence Thompson, our educational strategist, for helping provide a solid foundation to the relationship with our educators in the community. So, and if you'll look back in the background, you'll see Texas Motor Speedway, which leads me to my next slide. And our next slide is the first ever District 10 Town Hall meeting, which will be on September 28th at 6 p.m. at Texas Motor Speedway. Whole district's invited to come. We have a great lineup of speakers. We'll have the mayor, we'll have the city manager, our chief of police, and our chief of fire, and our transportation and public works director. We'll also have tables from community engagement, code compliance, animal control, Keep Worth Beautiful, solid waste, recycling, code rangers, and more. It's intended to be informative and educational and very casual meeting for everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Okay, sorry about that. I was trying to get my presentation on my monitor. So just a few highlights from the past 2 weeks. I had the opportunity to go to the South Hemphill Heights Neighborhood Association meeting and just reported on District 11 updates. Also attended the Riverside Arts District launch party. They are now an official 501c3, so congratulations to them. Fort Worth Fire Department Station 14th invited myself and Bella to visit the station. It was a wonderful experience, and thank you to Nicholas Hanitho, I'm sorry if I butchered your last name, for the invitation. I also attended the Central Meadowbrook Neighborhood Association meeting. It was a great meeting, great turnout. And this weekend, we had, this past weekend, we had the Echo Heights cleanup event. And so it was a great turnout with city staff, a District 11 team, and several community volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Councilmember Beck, you had ceremonial travel. Is that correct?
I am requesting ceremonial travel to the Netherlands as part of the operational traffic flow management hosted by the Dutch government.
Thank you. I think we need a vote. Yes?
Yes.
Council? Yes. Motion to approve. Second. Thank you. Any other discussion, council? Go ahead, Gina.
Add my name to that with Councilmember Beck.
please vote, council? They're all trying to picture Gina in Amsterdam, as am I.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
They're not ready for you. You're going to have a great time.
Okay, at this time, we'll consider, we'll hear speakers on the non-consent with the exception of public hearings and zoning.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Avis. Is Avis here? Come on down, Avis. Followed by Ann Zeta, and then Gerald Miller. And just for reference, these three speakers are all speaking on a resolution adopting the Fort Worth Neighborhood Conservation Plan and Housing Affordable Strategy and amending the city's comprehensive plan to incorporate these plans for reference. And I'll likely keep speakers on that item just to keep minimal confusion. So Gerald, I'll probably call you after they're done speaking, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Avis.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Parker, members of the Fort Worth City Council. My name is Avis Shashawn. I'm the Executive Director of Real Estate Development with Palladium USA. I'm coming to speak in support of the Neighborhood Conservation Plan and the Affordable Housing Strategy to be incorporated into the Comprehensive Housing Plan. A lot of work went into this plan to capture the data and the true need of the housing affordability crisis in the city of Fort Worth. We definitely want to help. I hope that this plan doesn't just sit off on a shelf and a lot of the strategies that were suggested in the plan are implemented. I would like to speak on strategy number 7, specifically expanding the HFC tools. It was mentioned for issuing essential bonds for preservation of affordable housing, but I'd also like to go further for the city of Fort Worth to consider issuing general obligation bonds and putting that on an election for affordable housing, because affordable housing is an essential need and an infrastructure, is infrastructure as well for the city. Number 8, it mentioned providing additional city investments. I will not mention a city to the east that shall not be named, but they do have a program working with TREC and LISC, and Truist has provided funding for affordable housing, and they've created more than $10 million in funds for affordable housing to fill gaps for deals as well. I would also like for number 13, I know it talks about expanding the NES initiatives for single family to increase the tax abatement from 5 years to 10 years, but I'd also like to ask for a fee waiver program to apply to all affordable housing deals as well. One thing that is missing from the policy, in my opinion, is the need for expedited plan review, especially for affordable housing deals. Once we get awards, especially on the 4% housing tax credit side, we're on a 180-day shot clock. And to get through plan review is critical because most require permits in hand or a permit-ready letter. And on the back end, if we don't get our permits timely, then we get hit with negative adjusters, which causes gaps on the back end. I will say that our industry is in a critical point right now, especially with interest rates rising. We have insurance costs increasing as well. This should be a shared partnership and responsibility. So not just workforce housing developers, but market rate developers should help with your affordability housing gap as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Avis. Our next speaker is Ann Zeta, followed by Dan Forte. I'll figure that out when he comes down here.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to stick to my notes so I stay within the time. My name is Ann Zeta. I'm the Executive Director of Community Design Fort Worth, here to speak in favor of the resolution to adopt the Neighborhood Conservation Plan and Housing Affordability Strategy, and to thank the council and staff for this thorough study and robust set of recommendations that provide a menu of items that have been found to be successful in communities across the country to address the affordable housing crisis. While there may be some specific concerns and even objections to some of the recommendations, I think it's important to understand that consultants were tasked with providing a wide range of tools, not all of which will be implemented, but that including all of these potential tools for consideration is important. The adoption of this resolution does not bind the city to implementing every tool suggested. The success of the strategic plan is in the hands of the mayor and council and will require the allocation of significant additional funding outside of the city's annual budget. Reliance on federal funding to address the city's housing needs has not prevented the affordable housing crisis that we are now experiencing, and cannot do that be a solution in and of itself. Specific policies that align with the plan's goals and strategies must be developed and implemented for the plan to be sustainable into the future. One suggestion to start with would be to incentivize development by reducing fees for building affordable housing and eliminate opt-out payment options for for-profit developers requesting tax abatements. The proposed increases in this year's budget for the Neighborhood Improvement Plan are excellent, and I commend you for the proposed doubling of the funds for this successful neighborhood program. However, this program does not generate additional housing or home ownership opportunities, which is crucial for the city's success. Affordable housing reduces the burden on the city's resources by providing wealth building for residents, which increases economic activity for the city, stability for children, which increases positive educational outcomes, relieving pressure for those at risk of homelessness by increasing access to lower-priced rental units, and increasing the tax base, which provides a direct return to the city's investment. As Fort Worth is the only major city in the state of Texas that does not provide for housing support in their bond program, Dallas, $125 million, Austin, $350 million, Houston, $112 million, San Antonio, $150 million, and even Denton with $15 million, I encourage you to seriously consider including support for affordable housing strategies in the 2026 bond program. It is also important to educate and inform everyone about the already adopted city policies to support affordable mixed-income housing across the entire city, eliminating concentrations of poverty. Avidly supporting affordable housing development by helping to educate the public and all departments within the city itself to refute persistent misrepresentation of affordable housing is important. Thank you again for all of your hard work on our behalf.
Thank you, Councilwoman. It's as if you knew what you were doing, Ann. Well done. Thank you for being here. Our next speaker is David Forch. I don't know how to pronounce this. Gizua? S-C-H. Okay, please come down. You're up.
Mayor,
So
can
you
we
don't
ask
press-
for a copy of Ann's notes?
Of course, I'm sure she would provide that to you. Thank you, Ann.
Okay.
Mayor, City Council, may I first confirm that I have 6 minutes because
Do you have a group, is that right? Sure thing. If you just have your group stand for me, that'd be great. Thank you. Well, perfect. Go ahead, David. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Mayor and City Council, my name is Dave Schwarty. I live in Arlington, Texas. I am co-founder of the Texas Neighborhood Coalition. Our coalition spent months earlier this year fighting bills in Austin that would have undermined local control of zoning and land use decisions. We worked hand in glove with communities across the state, and in particular with the United Neighborhoods of Fort Worth, which really pitched in and did a lot to help us succeed in fighting back these bills. They've asked me to speak to the council tonight to share some important empirical data that we've assembled as a consequence of our experience in the legislature this year. Now, at the outset, I want to stress that Texas Neighborhood Coalition staunchly believes that land use decisions must be made by local experts, local government like yourselves. Only you know the local terrain, only you are responsible to the local voters. And that's why we spent so much time in Austin fighting these wrong-headed bills. We also strongly support affordable housing. We've reviewed the comprehensive plan that the city has prepared and have to say that it contains many good and workable components. So we applaud you for all the hard work that you've done. We do take note, however, of one possible measure that was recommended as a potential, and that is upzoning of neighborhoods to increase population density. One specific proposal is to encourage accessory dwelling units on single-family properties, either citywide or in specific areas. Now, again, we stress this is a decision for you as the local experts to make. But in the last legislative session, we spent a lot of time fighting Senate Bill 1412. As you will know, that bill would have stripped all cities in Texas of the ability to require only one house on one lot, irrespective of what your zoning ordinance has said and irrespective of what local conditions on the ground were. So what did we learn that we think it's important for local governments to know? I'll focus on two central facts. First, and I know this key point may sound counterintuitive to some of you, upzoning, such as mandating ADUs in single-family areas, does nothing to improve housing affordability. Now, there are a lot of studies on this point, and I will include them in a separate paper that I file so I don't dig too deeply into the geekdom of this. But for present purposes, I want to really refer you to just one. On March 29th, 2023, the Urban Institute published its findings after doing a massive study of upzoning. They examined 180 what they called zoning reforms across 1,136 cities and 8 metropolitan regions. Now, they're a non-for-profit corporation with 50 years of experience. Their conclusion on the issue of affordability couldn't have been clearer. What they said was, we find no statistically significant evidence that additional lower unit costs become available or become less expensive in the years following reform. Now, again, I know that's counterintuitive, but I think we have to look at the empirical data before decision makers make important decisions that will affect neighborhoods. To sum up, this massive study of cities across America found that upzoning did not bring down housing costs. And I think given its scope and its magnitude, it's not only authoritative, it may just be definitive. They did note that these zoning reforms increased housing stock, but only by a paltry 0.8% over a 3 to 9 year period. So it doesn't help much with housing stock, and it certainly doesn't lower the cost of available housing. There are other studies on the same genre that find that one of the unwanted effect of upzoning, and this is a 5-year study out of Chicago, found that upzoning tends to displace minority communities because it actually makes things more expensive, not less expensive. So I'll be filing something that lays out that stuff with chapter and verse and also gives you the data points that you can draw from. The second key point that I want to emphasize, and again, this is something that we only confirmed as a result of all our work protecting local control, is that the very recent studies confirm what is a completely intuitive point, which is that owning a single family home with sufficient elbow room so that you're not cramped up against your neighbor remains the American dream. The two very recent studies I'll point you to, one is by the Cato Institute, published on December 14th of last year, and they found that most Americans idealize a single family home, 89%, as opposed to a condo or renting. And then an even more recent report by the Pew Center on August 2nd of last month found that a majority of Americans, 57%, would prefer to live in a community where houses are larger and further apart, but schools, stores, and restaurants are several miles away. So to sum up, as council considers what actions it should take to address housing issues, and we know they exist, and you have a lot of options on the table, when you look at the possibility of increasing housing density, what we urge you to do is to look at the empirical data to see what the real cost and the real benefits are before you decide to move forward at anything that would increase population density. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, David. We appreciate you being here, and to the group that came. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Donna Van Ness, followed by Rusty Fuller. Is Donna here? Oh, there she is. Hi there.
Hello, my name is Donna Van Ness. I'm a president of Housing Channel, formerly Tarrant County Housing Partnership, a 32-year local nonprofit agency and partner with the City of Fort Worth to further the city's affordable housing initiative and neighborhood revitalization efforts. I thank you, Mayor, Council members, and city staff for your time and effort to produce this important strategic plan to address our city's affordable housing crisis. I'm sure it's no surprise that I'm here to speak in support of the plan, but more importantly, I'm here to address our communities and residents and ask them to give you their support, the support you need to make the tough decisions that are demanded of your job to maintain the quality of life in our wonderful city. I know it's extremely difficult to challenge passionate residents who care about their city and what they believe will hurt their property values, their safety, and their neighborhoods. So I'm speaking on behalf of the other residents who do not feel they have a voice because they are not yet homeowners or do not have stable housing. As a community developer, our work is primarily in underserved communities. and we work with hardworking individuals and families every day who dream of homeownership, of being a part of the city's growth and prosperity. Our agency is like the Bailey Brothers building and loan of the Christmas movie, It's a Wonderful Life. We're fighting the Potters of the world to try and generate prosperity for all in Bedford Falls by creating affordable housing. And we all know what happens at the end of that movie when hardworking people are denied the opportunity to participate in the economic mobility of life and build their own wealth. Based on the images from the movie, it's not a nice place anymore. People are miserable, crime is up, and there's such little kindness left in Pottersville. It's interesting that a movie made in 1946 can draw such parallels to the economy we could be facing over 75 years later. I wish more people could feel more compassion for the greater whole than themselves. I've seen many people in these meetings who've already have homes separate themselves from the poor and the homeless, take away their ability to grow financially by opposing affordable housing, and then blame them for their position in life. Please don't let that happen to our city, and reaffirm the city's commitment to diversity and inclusion, which refers to all ways people differ, including income. An investment in this housing plan and in the unheard voices who want to be a part of the community has a far broader impact to every resident of the city, regardless of their income. They just don't realize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, for being here this evening. Our next speaker is Rusty Fuller, followed by Libby Willis.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Russell Fuller, President of the North Fort Worth Alliance. We understand and agree with the city's need for affordable housing and the dilemma higher land, infrastructure, and building costs have had on the housing market. We want to address 2 points in the study. First, the recommendation to encourage accessory dwelling units on single-family properties, and second, to remind council and staff that recommended strategies have to be tailored to the section of the city to which they are applied. This recommended strategy comes for ADUs comes from with a precedent that Austin and Dallas do it, not a winning particular argument in our minds. The neighborhoods of this city fought long and hard to prevent creation of short-term rentals in areas zoned residential. We stressed that the most difficult aspect of short-term rentals was enforcement. Our points specific to ADUs were made in our email of September 10th. We recommend that this strategy be removed or reworded to study ADUs in only areas zoned for multifamily like MU. Our second point is the city must look at the areas in which they recommend the various strategies. We have made this point several times over the years on zoning issues. The urban and suburban environments are different in their needs, their densities, and their lifestyles. The city ought not try to implement a strategy that works in the suburbs and assume it will work in urban areas and vice versa. Walkable neighborhoods mean two different things between the two different areas. The definition for special zoning areas needs to be precise, or as precise as possible, to get the desired results and to allow staff to deny a plat that is inconsistent with those desired results. We are dealing with this problem right now in the far north. Please emphasize that broad community input will be sought when deciding on the implementation of any of these strategies before they become final recommendations. We in the North Fort Worth Alliance look forward to being part of the successful implementation of strategies that bring about more affordable housing and strengthen our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. Next speaker is Libby Willis, followed by Gerald Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Libby Willis, 2300 Primrose in Oakhurst. I am here actually really in support of this neighborhood conservation plan and affordable housing strategy with one caveat, and that is that I'm really hoping that tonight you will, in your vote on this, which would adopt it and include it in the comprehensive plan, I hope that you will just take a moment and delete the recommendation on page 78 in the affordable housing strategy, which would allow ADUs citywide on single-family properties. it's very easy for you all to get input from stakeholders, neighborhood groups who've not yet weighed in on this, and then come back with a recommendation on ADUs to put into the plan. But I don't think it's appropriate tonight for you to adopt the plan that has the recommendation that's in there at the moment. I was concerned, that there was not any neighborhood input that I'm aware of, and I'm an extremely active neighborhood and past neighborhood association president about this, but also concerned when I received from my wonderful new councilmember Jeanette Martinez this afternoon, and she was just sharing information that had been provided by one of your assistant city managers. And that information said that the recommendation on ADUs was that they would be permitted within appropriate zoning districts. That's not what the recommendation that you are asked to adopt tonight says. It says the recommendation is to allow accessory dwelling units on single-family properties, either citywide or in select areas. That's very different than the information that came this afternoon. So that concerns me. When something goes into the comprehensive plan, sometimes it becomes law. We know that, those of us who've worked on these issues for more than 20 years. So that's why it's important that you get this really right on ADUs. And I don't personally believe they belong in single-family neighborhoods. At the same time, I'm a huge supporter of affordable housing, and I know how badly this city needs it. This is the second Tuesday in a row that I have spent speaking in favor of affordable housing. I was unsuccessful last week at the county when those commissioners deleted millions of federal dollars for affordable housing and put them into law enforcement needs. And here we are tonight, and we have a good strategy. But I urge you again, adopt the plan, but delete the recommendation on ADUs because you can come back with a better recommendation after you get applicable input. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Our next speaker is Gerald Miller, followed by Kenny Mosley.
Mayor Parker, I'll be quick. I don't know the protocol for this, but I'm listed under the speaker with the wrong speaker card. So
Are you speaking on an item related to endorsing Councilmember Gina Bivens as a candidate at the Board of NLC?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, well, first and foremost, Councilwoman Beck, as a former resident of Amsterdam, I just want to give you 2 words of advice. Number 1, stay away from any mushrooms. They're not what you think, so. Number 2, make an appointment prior to go see Anne Frank's house. You need to make it months in advance because it is a life-changing experience. That being said, Mayor Pro Tem Gina Bivens is an exceptional public servant. As an African-American male, I have known many mighty and great African-American women in my time. And I think they are an unheralded superhero in our society. They single-handedly bring so many people through so many things. They give so much of their time. Their wisdom is intuitive, it's instinctful, they're caring, compassionate. And I think that Mayor Pro Tem Bivens would be an exceptional resource, a voice to be reckoned with on the National Board of Cities. And I just wanted to say thank you publicly, Ms. Bivens, for giving of yourself, giving of your time, giving to your community, and being an exceptional, unheralded superhero to all residents, not just African Americans, not just women, but every person of every racial background and ethnic group in the city of Fort Worth. I yield my time, Madam Mayor.
Awesome. Aw.
I don't know what to say. I do say thank you. You should know that I am a board member of NLC and have been for a while, and brought back several ideas to this council. I appreciate the words, but know this, after 2025, you won't see this chick up here. I'm out of here. But I do thank you. Thank you. Now, I hope the council votes to do that.
Yeah, we'll get, yes, we will. We'll get to that. We will, absolutely.
I'm gonna look up mushrooms because I'm going with Becca.
Back to Amsterdam's not ready for Gina Bivens. I said that earlier. Yeah. Our next speaker is Kenny Mosley. Is Kenny here? Hi, Kenny, come on down. And Kenny is actually speaking on an item related to our ARPA allocation dollars here in the city of Fort Worth to some important affordable housing projects. Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your leadership. As you all know, affordable housing is it's the hot button conversation around. And as the Executive Director for Renaissance Heights Foundation, and really working in this community development space to be solution finders and thought partners in how we address, obviously, what we all know as a national issue, crisis for housing, state, county, and city. We're standing here as Renaissance Heights Foundation and supporting what Neighborhood Services is doing, as well as the conservation plan. And I wanted to really publicly thank Councilman Nettles and his office team and their leadership in working really closely with stakeholders like Renaissance Heights, nonprofits like Renaissance Heights Foundation, to be problem solvers in addressing affordable housing. I also wanted to extend a thank you to the Neighborhood Services team, incredible people on their team like Tara Perez, who's really taken a deep dive with our organization and unearthing how we can be creative with doing housing, permanent supportive housing specifically. So in our phase 3, we do have outlined for 25% of that development will be for permanent supportive housing. And that is something that we are extremely excited about and stand ready to have solutions to provide to all of the community. So I want to encourage you all to vote to approve how that ARPA funding is reallocated to support affordable housing. So organizations like Renaissance Heights Foundation continue to stand ready to partner with the city and other levels of government and offer back to the community viable, sustainable solutions for quality of life. So thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Council, I believe that's the last of our non-consent agenda item speakers.
Okay, now there'll be presentations by the City Council, changes in membership on board and commissions, starting with District 4.
Councilmember Larsdorf, you're up.
All right, Honorable Mayor and council members, request your consideration to reappoint Ann Stetson to a third and final term effective September 12, 2023 and ending October 1st, 2024. The respective application and resume is available, and the original copy will be maintained in the city secretary's office.
Motion and a second, please vote. I think Gina's got to vote. Sorry, try again, Gina. Motion carries.
Okay, now we have board appointments from District 5.
Thank you. I request your consideration to appoint the following individuals to their respective boards with terms effective September 12, 2023 through ending October 1, 2025, when I leave. Jonathan Morrison, Community Development Council. Tarchie White, Plan Commission and Capital Improvements Plan Advisory Committee for Transportation Impact Fees. Deborah Brown Stearns, that is the wife of former Assistant City Manager Vernell Stearns. I got his permission to get her out. She'll be serving on Board of Adjustment Residential. James Hook, Board of Adjustment Commercial and Alliance Airport Board of Adjustment. Charles Edmonds, Building Standards Commission. Clarita Porter, Library Advisory Board. Terry Bailey, Urban Design Commission. The Reverend Julius Jackson, Historic and Cultural Landmark Commission. I also request your consideration to reappoint the following individuals, same time frame. Samet Hill, Aviation Advisory Board. Raphael McDonald, Zoning Commission and Fort Worth Alliance Airport Zoning Commission. Angela Self, Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Commission. And finally, the Reverend Michael Moore, Park and Recreation Advisory Board. The respective applications and resumes are attached. The original copies will be maintained in the city secretary's office, and that is my motion.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Now we have a board appointment for District 11.
Councilmember Martinez.
Mayor and council, I request your consideration to appoint the following individual to their respective board with a term effective September 12th, 2023, and ending October 1st, 2025. April Rose Escamilla on first term, Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Board. The respective application is attached and resume if provided. The original copy will be maintained in the city secretary's office. And April is here. If you want to raise your hand. Thank you, April, for accepting. I make a motion to approve.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, MNCs 230707 through 230712 on pages 10 and 11 are being moved up on the agenda at this time for consideration. MNC 230707 with report of city staff by Sherry Gordon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sheree Gordon, Business Development Coordinator in Economic Development. The purpose of the hearing is to receive public comment regarding the designation of tax abatement and reinvestment zone 106. The legal description of the site is attached to MNC 0707. The proposed tax abatement reinvestment zone number 106 is located on approximately 43 acres on the property at 7200 Harris Legacy Drive, Oak Grove in Fort Worth, Texas. The city of Fort Worth wishes to support new investment and business activity, and in particular to support the expansion of Siemens Industry Incorporated to Fort Worth. A map of the zone is displayed on the monitors. To facilitate the project, the city of Fort Worth wishes to enter into a tax abatement agreement with the company based on a portion of the incremental value of real and business property, personal property at the project site. Today's City Council agenda also includes the companion tax abatement agreement, which will be considered as a separate action under MNC 230708 subsequent to this public hearing. In accordance with state law, notice of this hearing was published in the Star Telegram, a newspaper of general circulation within the city of Fort Worth, and notice has been given to each of the taxing entities that levy taxes on this property. Following public comment, staff recommends closing the hearing and approving MNC 230707, which includes the following: finding that the improvements are feasible and practical and would be a benefit to the land included in tax abatement reinvestment zone number 106 and to the city after expiration of any tax abatement agreements, and adoption of an ordinance designating tax abatement reinvestment zone number 106. Adoption of the attached ordinance does not obligate the city of council to approve the tax abatement agreement.
Thank you, Sherry. For clarification, Ron, I know we have a few speakers.
We do, we have two speakers.
Thank you, just making sure. Our first is Adrian Smith on the phone, followed by, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong list here. Because we moved up, there we go. Stephen Chaco by phone, followed by Scott Landau.
Steve Chaco dropped off.
Okay,
I'll try to get back.
thank you. Is,
Get him connected again.
okay, yes, please. And is Scott Landau here? Scott's coming, thank you.
All right, evening all. I'm Scott Landaway. I'm a proud Fort Worth resident, a current employee of Siemens, and a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 220. First, I'm going to be up here again probably for 0708, so we'll start with my first crib notes here. It's first in my role as a resident of Fort Worth that I'm going to speak. For better or worse, I think both the council and the residents here today recognize that tax incentives have become a necessary evil in city governance. As a Fort Worth resident with a child zoned to Fort Worth ISD schools, I would of course prefer that any and all lucrative property investments be taxed fully by the city government in order to increase the resources available to educate my child, his classmates and friends, and frankly, all of our children. Heck, I even invited a phenomenal Fort Worth ISD high school teacher to come along back there in the blue. The verbiage of the Texas Enterprise Zone Act even pays lip service to the local impacts of development. It requires that 25% of employees live in the zone, be disadvantaged, or be veterans. It's a strange day indeed when I agree with even a portion of the words that were minted in Austin, Texas. But even they had the foresight to understand that these taxes are local lifeblood. Why would we as residents, utilizing necessary and reasonable public resources, provide a handout to an industrial concern which has been alive and thriving since roughly 1847, 2 years after Texas became a state, with 664 people present in Fort Worth at the time? Again, sort of crib from notes from earlier. I've got a couple of things going on. Just people who spoke earlier. Bike the Blue. Seems like a great idea. Let's get a bunch of bikes for police officers to enter them kind of closer into the community than you can from a squad car. Makes sense. Guess what would help with that plan? We wouldn't have to have Volcanic, making a small donation of a $3,000 bike versus other people putting together the funds for them. Taxes. Could have paid for them, yes? Mayor Maddie Parker's art initiative and art award. Sure could use more funding for the arts. Again, I've got a high school teacher back here who will, praise that to the skies. Taxes could again expand your funding for schooling and for the arts. Councilman Bivens, street striping. Guess what pays for that? Taxes. More taxes, more things can get done. We've got Councilman Crane up here with the library card month. Again, taxes pay for your libraries. And in Texas, property taxes are generally what pays for everything. Why do the corporate entities get in a break here that many of us cannot get? And again, finally, we spoke about affordable housing, something that's going to impact all of us in the coming years, especially as Tarrant County grows. This is an example of Tarrant County growing. Taxes pay for affordable housing as well. I believe we're going to speak on 0708 as a precursor or as a follow-on to this. That's kind of where the real action is, but even just looking at it at the outset, I think if the city council could take a moment to sort of look at this investment zone, see if it makes sense, including the big players involved beyond Siemens. It might be something that, as with the affordable housing thing, could be modified a little bit.
Thank you, Scott. We have Stephen Chaco by phone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. Appreciate everybody. Thank you, Fort Worth Economics. Usually I'm very critical, Robert Stearns, but this case, I'm very thankful that City of Fort Worth Economics is doing something that I believe is going to build entry-level programs and opportunity for our citizens in Fort Worth. Thank you for this. I want to be clear, I am appreciative, but I want accountability behind the tax abatement. We need to make sure that they're going to hire Fort Worth citizens and not bring people from outside of Fort Worth to take the jobs and opportunities of Fort Worth citizens that have worked and thrived in Fort Worth. Let's please make sure about that. I don't see any portal to open up the doors for any applications. I know that Siemens usually uses a temporary workforce group. I would like Fort Worth Economics or those groups to be a part of that. I would like to see a portal to help citizens apply, build soft skills, do resume building, to be a part of this brand new opportunity that I think is going to be extremely helpful for the citizens of Fort Worth. Affordable housing can be really accomplished by just building up the medium income of Fort Worth. The average income of Fort Worth, medium income, is less than $45,000, and we can build that and go beyond that. We really can build up our base. And then the word affordable housing is no longer going to be a catchphrase. It's about people investing in their community. I do believe in that. I'm a landlord. I have invested all of 25 years of bartending, over $300,000 of my own money. I bought my commercial real estate. I've gone through ups and downs with the city, but I want to grow that area. That literally where Siemens is putting their plant is across the street from where I grew up as a preacher's kid. My dad's church was South Fort Worth over there off a hillside now called New Hope Christian Church. I grew up in that area. I am so thankful for the city to bring Siemens over and give this tax abatement. This is a good tax abatement. not like the tax abatement that they gave to Facebook. The millions upon millions of dollars that they gave to Facebook, 70 jobs is all they created. That is not a good tax abatement. This is a good tax abatement. Thank you again, City of Fort Worth. Thank you, Fort Worth Economics. I am proud of you guys. And yes, I will still be critical, and I will still will make sure that you're accountable to build the City of Fort Worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chaco. I believe that's the last speaker on this item. Any questions for Sherry before we vote? Thank you. No, go ahead, please, Jared.
This might be for Sherry, or might be for Robert. I've received some concerns really about whether or not the facility will provide jobs for temporary workers, or will they be permanent workers? Can someone from the staff clarify that for me?
Hey, Councilmember Williams, Robert Stearns, Economic Development. No, these are all permanent full-time jobs, so these are not temporary workers, and they will be earning an average salary of $63,000.
Perfect. Thank
Robert, while you're at the microphone, is there any other high-level details you think might be helpful, especially on this item and the following item related to the Siemens abatement?
Well, again, I think really what we're looking at for both of these projects is that they're, one, creating good investment in the city. They're bringing a lot of jobs to the area, and these are high-paying jobs. And so I've heard a lot of conversation about affordable housing tonight and being able to raise our wage rates. And so these types of projects allow us to continue that momentum here in Fort Worth.
Thank you. One last question. There was also maybe some concerns, I don't know if they're founded or not, that maybe Siemens is considering closing the Grand Prairie facility, but can you speak to that?
They have not made any indication that they are closing the Grand Prairie
Okay,
facility.
great.
That's not part of this deal.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Councilmember Bivens?
Please stay there. For the benefit of people who do not watch our committee meetings, which is where the rubber meets the road, you can hear us put on record what our salary expectations are. For years, I fought to raise the salary that these companies getting abatements would have, because at one point, we were getting $45,000 a year jobs. That was not enough, in my opinion. And so those details are not conducted in secret. They are conducted in the meeting. What's the name of that committee that you run for us?
So we have a number of committees, but we usually bring this during the work session when we have the tax
Okay.
abatement deals.
So I ask you, please watch the agendas so you'll know what your issue might be. But most of our jobs are detailed, and I think we're requiring about 65. In some cases, we get up to 6 figures. So these are not done in the dark. You can participate, you can come, you can listen. And so I am supportive of this, I think, because the council member whose district it represents, Chris, is this you?
Yes, it
And
is.
you like this? So I trust him that he has done his due diligence. And we even get down to the specifics of, just how many jobs are going to be brought to us. We don't just vote for stuff. And thank you, Robert. And Cherie, thank you for the presentation. Great job.
Thank you. And just for clarification, for those that may not have read the entire MNC, this is a considerable number of full-time positions, at least 715 full-time positions at a $63,000 minimum salary. So kudos to you and your team, Robert, for bringing this deal to fruition. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other questions for Mr. Stearns? I can entertain a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was going to articulate how many number of jobs and the salaries, but since those are already articulated, no, you're fine. I mean, Dr. Williams and Mayor Pro Tem have already done those things. So this is a great project. So I'm going to move to close the public hearing and act upon the MNC for move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is MNC 23-0708, and we do have a few speakers.
Our first speaker by phone is Adrian Smith, followed by Scott Landau and Joshua Worthley.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, Adrian Smith.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, Adrian Smith.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, Adrian Smith. I'm here.
Yes, could you please remain on the line? I will mute you when you're finished with your first presentation, but you've
Okay.
got 2 more after this. All right?
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Who me?
Yes, sir. I just asked you to.
Oh yeah. Hey, check this out. Yeah. So I should be there in person speaking, but the mayor had me trespass. But anyway, this tax abatement you all are proposing, although the talking points sound good, this, that, or the other, I heard Ms. Bivens reference that how people should that nothing is hidden, that this information is made readily available for people to view and watch, blah, blah, blah. My question to the council is, how many of you actually take the initiative to send this information out to your constituents? Because you all know a lot of people are not watching, keeping up with what's going on with this city. And this tax abatement, although it's in District 8, it's given appearance that it's going to serve greatly that district. And I already heard Mr. Neto say that he's going to vote for it, but it's typical. We know business developers, they run this city. We know that they run this city. So as far as this tax abatement, there are no guarantees that this company is giving us. Even though you all are telling us this information, there are no guarantees for this company. You cannot force a company to do anything that they don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? Because it operates. Most companies operate as private entities. So let's stop the done with that. And as far as like you said, affordable housing, it shows you how Fort Worth thinks about affordable housing. You all are not even invested in it. So the people who got up to speak as it regards to affordable housing, you wasting their time. So I know you're going to vote this in like you always do as it relates to developers and business interests. And I wonder how many of you have received campaign contributions from this particular company, but I am against it. I'm like the first speaker on the previous agenda item. It's not going to benefit the overall public. And then after 10 years, if they don't come through with whatever it is that they propose, then what? Who's going to hold them accountable? You know what I'm saying? So I think that this company and these representatives of this company, why not have meetings with the general public to let us know? Why does everything have to be done in a state of secrecy, But again, I'm against it. I think it's another one coming up regarding tax abatement, so I'm against it. You all are utter failures as it relates to this city and decision making. And Mr. Williams, please, sir, when it comes to your constituents, speak boldly, sir. You don't have to mess your words. Speak boldly as it relates to your constituents and their concerns, sir, because, sir, they trust in you to carry their voices and their messages to this said council.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Please remain on the line.
Our next speaker is Scott, and followed by Joshua Worthley.
Hello again. I'm still Scott Landaway, still Fort Worth resident, still an employee of Siemens, and still a member of the IBEW Local 220. It's in my role as an employee, though, and an IBEW member that I rise today to speak vehemently against the resolution as written to nominate Siemens Industry as an enterprise project with a proposed 70% tax abatement. So why? Let's take a look at the MNC briefly. The discussion portion points out one of our primary concerns as employees, in fact, namely that Siemens is the largest industrial manufacturing company in Europe, period. End of sentence. Not sort of a big deal, not just a rising star. Siemens AG is the biggest bully on the block in hands with 190 countries worldwide, and a history which began, as I mentioned earlier, only 2 years after Texas became a state. So, kind of raises the question, why are we hand-holding them plus several other large entities like Facebook, Microsoft, anybody else who wants to do business here in Tarrant County? And allow me to speak as a Siemens employee and as a proud member of IBEW. I chose my words with precise intent above, as written. The council will have seen that the MNC for this discussion contains a table with company commitments and potential abatements tied to those. As written, the potential agreement already contains a few minor constraints upon Siemens' business aims. Notably, Fort Worth has seen fit to tie 10% of yearly tax abatements to the use of business equity firms, i.e. minority or women-led firms, disadvantaged groups. Make no mistake, This choice represents that my tax dollars, your tax dollars, my fellow citizens, being put to actual real-world good. We're picking companies that need help or that are previously disenfranchised. But as a member of the IBEW, the union representing and protecting employees at the current Siemens location in Grand Prairie, I have to ask, why can't the council add to the minuscule demands it has made upon an international powerhouse organization? Why not demand that the union representing the hardworking people continue its stewardship of these employees in the new location? It was by the blood, sweat, and tears of these employees, a great many of them union members, that Siemens achieved its goals and expanded its manufacturing output, thus allowing it to expand into Fort Worth and bring more money to the table here. Without the strong labor contract and the union's unceasing effort to place employees first, Siemens would not be in this position to consider its expansion to Fort Worth. Council members, we ask simply that you reconsider this resolution with an eye to providing the working people of your city a seat at the table. Demand that Siemens remain accountable for the blood, sweat, and tears that I mentioned before. Tie some significant portion of this abatement to either union representation or guaranteed full-time jobs right out the bat. Again, the $63,000 figure, do they mean salaries? Do they mean hourly employee wages? That's a little unclear just on the verbiage alone. The people represented by the union have done their part to potentially enrich Fort Worth, and all we ask for in return is the opportunity to continue working to provide for our families, to enhance our communities, and to proudly continue to create world-class products here in Fort Worth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Joshua Worthley.
Good evening. So the name's actually Worthy. It may have been a mistype. So I'm the business manager for the labor union that represents the Siemens Grand Prairie facility. We do believe in economic improvements and the development of our communities, especially in areas like District 8, where there is a lot of poverty, there is a lot of issues. That being said, like Brother Landau said, we do have concerns that there should be requirements and expectations. We understand that they're saying that it's going to be $63,000. That's not starting salary, that's the average salary. We would like to understand, what does it mean? What does the entry-level positions look like? Does the $63,000 include all of your management, your top-end employees, your CEOs, things like that? Because if you include those numbers, your bottom step person could be making $10 an hour. That's where we have concerns. You know, we look at it, as he also pointed out, as it related to the minority construction side. We ask that you guys consider using project labor agreements when it comes to these types of things, ensuring that these companies actually are using our local residents for the construction, using not just a company that is owned by a minority, but also employs people within the minority groups. We ask that for the amount of money that is being considered in this, because it's more than just the city council's abatement, it's also potentially any of the other taxing entities that are going into this abatement. It is a very large amount of money. While we support the economic growth, we do ask that we take a lot of considerations in these. As the local, we don't have a place in saying that we agree with it or disagree with it. We just ask that you guys take into these various different things into consideration when you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Council, that's the last of our speakers on this M&C. Councilmember Nettles?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joshua and Scott and Adrian, all for coming tonight and speaking. I really did hear a lot of things you said just a moment ago, Joshua. And some of those answers, the question that you have asked tonight, we do ask those questions, especially in our work session. And I do want to just add a comment here when it talks about if we're going to make sure that these companies do what we have asked them to do. We do have a contract with them, and we do an audit and the compliance through our economic department to make sure that the things that they said they were going to bring to the city of Fort Worth actually happen. And we also have a position that if they do not do what has been asked, then we can put action towards that. And so this is just not a one-time vote. We're going to monitor this company and make sure they are doing exactly what they said. So I thank Robert for doing this, bringing this to the city of Fort Worth and working with him. Again, it's going to be 715 jobs, and this is in an area of poverty. And so, and I would tell you that one of the things I tell every company, even Molson, from a Miller Brewer that's in the company, when they expanded, I stood on their grass and I said, I want to make sure that when I come and visit this site, that I see addresses with people that live in this zip code. And so I'm one of the loudest voices to make sure that we are hiring our people. I mean, with what the city pays us, I might need to get a job there as well, to be honest with you. So with that, I'm going to move to close the public hearing and act upon this M&C for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Councilmember Bivens, please.
I'm supporting this, just so you know. But for those of you who are connected with the local, just raise your hands. Okay. This may be the first time you all have spoken on an abatement, but we have many of them, and hopefully many more to come. I'm going to use a term I used recently, reading is fundamental. Every issue that you all raised, it's in the background material of this item. And so should you come again in the future, and you might, just know that when you look at our agenda, which you can upload from the website, you can really click on the hyperlink. And there you will see many details that if you had known, you may have had a better feel about this. But just know, everything is fully transparent. The issues that you brought up, we addressed in formal session. And I just want you to know that's the reason why I support this abatement.
One more thing, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Nettle.
And if you would please contact my office, I would like to sit down and have a meeting with your group, if that's okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion, council? Please vote, and thank you all for coming this evening. We appreciate it. Motion carries.
Next is M&C 23-0709, report of city staff with Cherie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cherie Gordon, Business Development, Economic Development. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public comment regarding the designation of tax abatement reinvestment zone 107. The legal description of the site is attached to M&C 23-0709, and a map of the zone is displayed on the monitors. The proposed tax abatement reinvestment zone number 107 is located on approximately 1.25 million square feet for the property located at 25001 Eagle Parkway in Fort Worth, Texas. The city of Fort Worth wishes to support new investment and business activity, and in particular, to support the expansion of DrinkPack LLC to Fort Worth. To facilitate the project, the city of Fort Worth wishes to enter into a tax abatement agreement with the company based on a portion of the incremental value of real and business personal property at the project site. Today's city council agenda also includes the companion tax abatement agreement, which is considered as a separate action under M&C 23-0711, subsequent to the public hearing. In accordance with state law, notice of this hearing has been published in the Star Telegram, a newspaper of general circulation within the city of Fort Worth, and notice has been given to each of the taxing entities that levy taxes on this property. Following public comments, staff recommends closing the public hearing and approving M&C 23-0709, which includes the following: finding that the improvements are feasible and practical and would be a benefit to the land to be included in tax abatement reinvestment zone number 107 and to the city after expiration of any tax abatement agreements, and adoption of an ordinance designating tax abatement reinvestment zone number 107. Adoption of the ordinance does not obligate the city council to approve the tax abatement agreement.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaylock.
So, Mayor, thank you. Mayor and Council, I'm excited to have this coming to District 10. This is going to bring literally 1,000 full-time equivalent jobs at a salary of $70,000 annually. It brings a new company into Fort Worth, and it's going to be a tremendous value to our community. So I would like to motion to approve.
Any other discussion, council? Please vote.
And that's to close a public hearing, is that correct?
Close the public hearing and approve, yes.
Thank you. Carries.
Next is MNC 23-0710. And again, report of city staff by Ms. Gordon.
Good evening. This is our next public hearing related to Drink Pack LLC. Cherie Gordon, Business Development Coordinator, Economic Development. The purpose of the hearing is to receive public comment regarding designation of tax abatement and reinvestment zone number 108. The legal description of the site is attached to MNC 230710, and a map of the zone may be displayed on the monitors. The proposed tax abatement or reinvestment zone number 108 is located at approximately 1 million square feet for the property at 7500 to 7601 Oak Grove in Fort Worth, Texas. The city of Fort Worth wishes to support new investment and business activity, and in particular to support the expansion of Drink Pack LLC to Fort Worth. To facilitate the project, the city of Fort Worth wishes to enter into a tax abatement agreement with the company based on a portion of the incremental value of real and business personal property to the project site. Today's city council agenda also includes the companion tax abatement agreement, which will be considered as a separate action under item MNC 230711, subsequent to the public hearing. In accordance with state law, notice of this hearing has been published in the Star Telegram, a newspaper of journal circulation in the city of Fort Worth, and notice has been given to each of the taxing entities that levy taxes on this property. Following public comments, staff recommends closing the public hearing and approving MNC 230710, which includes the following: finding that the improvements are feasible and practical and would be a benefit to the land included in tax abatement reinvestment zone number 108 and to the city after expiration of any tax abatement agreements, adoption of an ordinance designating tax abatement reinvestment zone number 108, and adoption of the attached ordinance does not obligate the city council to approve the tax abatement agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nettles.
Yes, I think this is going to bring about 450 full-time position at $70,000 in the MNC 0711 when we get there. So I'm going to be moved for close of public hearing and act on MNC for approval.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is MNC 23-0711.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting on Cherie. I was getting so used to your voice that we don't have to. I apologize. We do have a speaker on this item, Adrian Smith, by phone.
Mr. Smith, go ahead.
Yes, Adrian Smith. Again, another tax abatement to a company whose guarantees are, I don't think, are concrete. I think we only get this information from council to give the appearance that they are looking out on behalf of us, the taxpayers in the city of Fort Worth. I feel like why not have the community that are due to be impacted by these developments? Why not have some members from those communities at the table? And I'm not talking work sessions, Ms. Gina Bibbins, because everybody doesn't watch work sessions. They don't have access to watch work sessions, nor does everyone come down to council meetings, Ms. Bibbins, nor does anyone read Star Telegram. Star Telegram is
Sustained.
becoming relevant.
Adrian, it is kind of hard to hear you. It's having a hard time hearing you. Just keep going.
Well, you can hear me now.
That's
You can
better.
hear me now.
Yes, thank
I can hear you.
Perfect.
You can hear me, and I can hear you. So again, this is just another smoke and mirrors tactic on this council's part. I hope that this company, I think Mr. Blaylock spoke in reference to 1,000 jobs being created, and he spoke of the salaries as it relates to his district. But what are the guarantees again? What is this company bringing to this city? And is this just a bad reflection of how you all operate and how you all make decisions? Again, it's just like the council meeting that I was trespassed from, the last agenda item on that particular council meeting, it dealt with a development over in District 9. And that particular developer didn't even want tax abatements. I mean, they wanted, you all were going to give them tax abatements, but however, they did not want to commit to affordable housing, you know? So, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? And I'll say my last say on this. I heard Ms. Bivens saying that reading is fundamental. I know you kind of trying to jab at me, Ms. Bivens. That's cool. Nothing personal, but know that I am a volunteer, and I'm not going to say with what organization. I am a volunteer with an organization
Point of order. He is
deals
not
with.
to address me. It's not my fault that he can't read.
Okay, so again, Ms. Bivens, 2025, good riddance to you. How about that? Good riddance. I'm
Adrian,
looking
thanks
forward
for
to
talking.
2025.
I appreciate you.
Good riddance.
Not
Yeah,
my
okay.
fault you can't read.
I think that's the last of our speakers on this item, council. I think this is both Councilmember Blaylock and Councilmember Nettles, so.
Motion to close public hearing, act upon MNC for approval.
Motion and a second, please vote.
Motion carries. MNC 23-0712, report of city staff, Michael Hennig.
Down, Michael.
Good evening. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Michael Hennig, and I'm here tonight representing the Economic Development Department. The purpose of this hearing is to receive public comment regarding the designation of tax increment reinvestment zone number 16, to be commonly referred to as the Veal Ranch TIF District. The property description of the site is attached to MNC 23-0712, and there is a map on the screens. The proposed Veal Ranch TIF District consists of approximately 5,200 acres in southwest Fort Worth, generally bounded by Bear Creek Drive, FM 1187, Alito Road, and Highway 377 South. The exact boundaries of the property are described in Exhibit A of the attached ordinance. Property within the proposed boundaries of the district are primarily located within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction. On March 8th, 2023, the city entered into an agreement with PMB Veal Land Investors 1 LP and other entities for the development of approximately 5,200 acres consisting of parcels known as Veal Ranch, Team Ranch, Rolling V South, Rockbrook, and Vantana South. To accomplish the development envisioned by the developer and the city, and to provide financing for certain improvements, the city and developer agreed to work together to support the formation of a public improvement district and the formation of the Veal Ranch TIF District. The agreement provides that the development will be constructed and annexed in phases over a period of up to 50 years, and that the Veal Ranch PID assessments, Veal Ranch TIF collections, and bond issuances will occur after annexation for 25 to 30-year periods for each improvement area in order to reimburse the developer for certain authorized improvements. On July 17th, 2023, the City Council received a petition requesting establishment of the Veal Ranch TIF, which is attached to the MNC. On August 22nd, 2023, the City Council adopted a resolution accepting the filing of the petition and setting a date for this public hearing, resolution number 5787-08-2023. The petition has been examined, verified, and found by city staff to meet the requirements of the code, to substantially comply with the city's policy for tax increment reinvestment zones, and to be sufficient for consideration by the City Council. In accordance with state law, notice of this hearing has been published in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram at least 7 days prior to today's date. Following any public comments, staff recommends to close the public hearing and adopt MNC 23-0712 and the attached ordinance, thereby establishing tax increment reinvestment zone number 16.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Mr. Henning? No. Go ahead. Councilmember Crane?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to say thanks, Michael, for that report. Thanks, staff, for it's been a number of months and long to get this here. Dana, Mayor, you've been involved too. I want to recognize Taylor Baird and the PMB folks for working with us too as part of this. And so I want to move to close the public hearing and move forward.
Motion and a second, council, from Councilmember Martinez. And to reiterate, Councilmember Crane, thank you to Taylor and your entire team. We know you've worked diligently with city staff, especially with Dana Bergdorf, I see in the back, has sort of shepherded this project through and other members, but we're incredibly excited to welcome you to the city of Fort Worth, and thank you for your patience and partnership on this. With that, please vote, council. Motion carries.
Mayor and council, we will now move back to consider resolutions on pages 8 and 9 in the public hearing on the budget. Resolution 230579.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
I'd like to move to continue this item. I know there's a lot of discussion over the ADUs, and I think it's worthy for us to continue this discussion and understand exactly what the resolution means for everybody, and especially as that's brought to our attention this evening for the speakers. I understand that if we do vote to vote for the resolution, it does not do anything to amend the zoning ordinances right now, but I do think we need to have a better understanding of what we're actually voting on and how it impacts our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. And I've got a second, that's fine, from Councilmember Crane as well. I think Assistant City Manager Fernando Costa, I was just going to ask you to say a few things of clarification and as we continue this item to make sure we're working alongside, especially the neighborhood organizations and representatives that are here today to ensure that we have maximum clarity on what we're voting on in the future. Fernando.
Yes, ma'am. I think Councilmember Hill stated it correctly, that the proposed neighborhood conservation plan and housing affordability strategy presents a broad outline of possible measures we can take to conserve our neighborhoods and encourage the development of more affordable housing. On August 15th, at your City Council work session, you received a thorough briefing, which I think, in everybody's opinion on the dais, presented a strong case about the housing affordability crisis that we face in Fort Worth. And while much of the answer to those issues are well beyond the control of Fort Worth City government, to the extent that the city can do anything about it, it's going to require bold measures, not more of the same, but bold measures to bend the curve and encourage the production of affordable housing. And our staff and consultants have presented a broad array of options for doing just that. The plan does not commit or obligate the City Council to take any action specifically. You can pick and choose from the range of options that are being presented to us. One example, which has been brought forward this evening, is accessory dwelling units. No action on this plan will institute accessory dwelling units. The intent is merely to consider the possibility of allowing, not mandating, but allowing accessory dwelling units in appropriate zoning districts around the city, subject to appropriate development standards. And that would be a topic that I'm sure the council and staff would want an advisory committee of neighborhood leaders and builders and other stakeholders to study and to come back to the council through the zoning commission with appropriate recommendations in due course. You do this all the time with all kinds of zoning ordinance text amendments. This would be no different. And so you're merely beginning a conversation about accessory dwelling units and about a whole range of other options that are outlined in the proposed plan for your consideration.
Any questions for Fernando? Go ahead, Carlos.
Just one comment, Fernando. To that end, if we do decide to go ahead and continue it, I think it'd be a positive step if we consider having an advisory or an ad hoc committee that can give specific input to the areas that were brought up of concern to the neighborhood, incorporate that into whatever decision we ultimately rest on.
Councilmember Bivens.
My comment And question to you, Fernando. I have heard from people north, south, east, and west not wanting ADUs in this language at all. And just as easy as we can vote to include it and study it later, I think we'd give people greater peace of mind if we study it and then add it in. And so what's your response to that?
You're welcome to do so. We had studied the question, which is why the recommendation appears in the Neighborhood Conservation Plan. However, if the council would be more comfortable deleting any reference to it from the proposed plan, you're certainly free to do so, and we can come back to you with further recommendations in due course.
Well, you know my thoughts on how we communicate with the public. It's
Yes, ma'am.
not always what I would like to see it be. And so we have a very vocal public right now telling us they don't want ADUs in this. And so just know that if there's language involving ADUs, I'll have to really think it through, but it's easier to me to serve our people who are here and let them know that we stand with them and not included. Is this in your district, Macy? What do you think? I heard you, but I really wasn't zeroing in.
And I'm here to represent the people, and I believe, and from what I've heard this evening and the emails that I've received, that people don't understand it, they don't want it, they don't care for the language, and frankly, I mean, I feel like I have to have a better understanding of what we're dealing with before we can include it in a resolution, period.
Any other questions or commentary from council? Yes, Elizabeth.
I would be in favor of continuing it, and so I would second that motion so that we can continue the discussion for ADUs. I hear the concern tonight. I don't think it's fair to say that there's overwhelming opposition to ADUs because we haven't had a public dialogue to really weigh who wants them and who doesn't. ADUs are a very important tool for us to use in addressing the affordable housing crisis that we have here in the city. And so I think omitting them because we had some very vocal people come and speak today would do a disservice, not to the people who live in Fort Worth today, but to my children and to our grandchildren, for the people who will live here long after we do. And if we don't have an honest discussion about ADUs, which fill that middle housing without, I should mind you, any government funding, unlike when we build affordable housing in other parts of the city, I think we do a disservice. And so I would absolutely be in favor of continuing this motion to have further discussion about what that means and what the inclusion of ADUs in that plan means moving forward with the community. But I would not be in favor of just removing that to move forward with the resolution today.
And I have one more point to add. We call these weasel words in the world of communication. I think if we were able to fine tune and define appropriate, we could give people peace of mind what that means. Because when they hear appropriate, that doesn't give them the clarity that they need. And so if there's a vote and we approve to continue, we really do need to define what is appropriate. And I think staff can dig deeper and define that.
Councilmember Williams, did you have anything?
I do have a question after the discussion, but I did have comments. Fernando, do we have ADUs currently in the city?
There are some accessory dwelling units in Fort Worth.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. In terms of comments, I want to express a lot of gratitude because there was a whole heck of a lot of work that went into this. Mayor and also council, thank y'all for establishing the NQRC, the Neighborhood Quality Revitalization Committee, to take on such a big question of how do we preserve and conserve our neighborhoods, especially those that are historically been underinvested in and are now distressed, and those at risk of being distressed. It goes without saying, I think everyone may agree neighborhoods are the building blocks of the city. And so this committee did a whole lot of work alongside you and Victor Turner to create a set of strategies or a menu of strategies, let me put it that way, that this body could then deliberate on as we move forward. None of these recommendations per se have a whole lot of teeth in the term of Councilmember Nettles' snag-a-tooth right now. in the sense that these are aspirational for us then to put meat and potatoes to it. And I would expect as a council member that all of that would come with a great deal of community input. One example is the neighborhood improvement program, and it's in the budget being doubled right now. That's had a whole lot of neighborhood input over the years, which is why we know it's successful, which is why we're now in the budget. And we're still getting input in the budget about that program. And so as it relates specifically to ADUs, I don't want us to throw out the whole tub of water for something that is already in the city, and that down the road as we make amendments in zoning, potentially, that would come with a whole nother set of public discourse as to how do we codify it even further. So needless to say, I want to thank y'all for all the hard work. I'm personally okay with continuing it. I just wanted to acknowledge all of the countless other priorities that are also in the plan that y'all have worked a great deal on.
Councilmember Martinez.
So Fernando, are these like ADUs, are they like the mother-in-law dwellings that were
Yes, ma'am.
back in the day? Okay, so yeah, I
Garage
am,
apartments would be an example, yes.
so yes, I'm in favor of continuing it, and I do feel like there needs to be more public input, and maybe we can treat these like short-term rentals and just be very specific on where they are allowed.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other commentary? I think I've got a motion on the floor for continuance on this item in a second. Any other discussion? Thank you, Fernando, for your clarification. Please vote, council.
And I need to know to what meeting that's being continued to?
Oh, great question. Why don't we continue it 1 month from today?
That will be the October 17th meeting?
Any pushback on that, council? The 17th work? Okay, perfect. October 17th it is. Motion carries.
Okay, Resolution 23-0581.
I'll entertain a motion to appoint Macy Hill to the Board of Directors. Thank you. Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Resolution item 23-0582.
Voted no. Yeah, you did. I don't know. Ask them. We'll go back. I don't know what does that say. Resolution to appoint Macy Hill as representative to the Regional Coordination Committee. Motion and a second. Please vote.
In my vote.
Yes. Councilmember Williams wants to be on the record and amend his vote to 23-0581. Is everybody else on a no? Go ahead, Ron. Ron, I think we're on 23-0583.
Okay, so 23-0583.
I'll entertain a motion, council. Motion and a second, just for those watching. This is a big thing for the city of Fort Worth, approving the fiscal year 2024 budget for Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, the second busiest airport in the world today. We're very thankful to Sean Donahue and his staff for their hard work. Please vote. Welcome to Fort Worth. Full recording, so I'll refrain for the evening. Thank you.
Next item is Resolution 23-0584.
Please vote. This is our annual audit plan. And again, thank you to city staff, to David and your team for putting this together. Motion carries.
Next is 23-0585.
Motion and a second to appoint Jessica McKern to our BRIT Advisory Board. Thank you, Jessica. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is 23-0586.
Motion and a second. No one's going to give a speech in favor of Gina. We had a great one earlier. Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is 23-0587.
Councilmember Flores.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Michael, try again. There we go. Thank you. Motion's carries.
Last resolution is 23-0588.
Entertain a motion, council. Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, now is a public hearing for 23-0589. Report of city staff by Christiane Simmons.
Christiane, thank you, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let's make sure I can work this. Yep. Okay, my name is Christiane Simmons, Assistant Finance Director in the Fort Worth Lab, and I'm here with you to present an overview of the City Manager's recommended budget for fiscal year '24 in conjunction with the public hearing, as is required by the Local Government Code and the City Charter. The recommended operating budget for fiscal year '24 is just under $2.6 billion. Of that amount, the general fund makes up 39% of the total at just over $1 billion. The enterprise funds, of which water and sewer is the largest portion, make up about 29% at $741 million. Uh-oh, I lost my screen. Thank you. The special revenue funds, which notably include the Crime Control and Prevention District and the Environmental Protection Fund, make up about 10% at $268 million. And then the remaining 22% of the operating budget is about 22% at $575 million, debt service, internal service, and fiduciary funds. This table just provides some context as to the changes between the current fiscal year '23 adopted budget and the FY '24 recommended budget. We'll review a couple of the highlights on the next slide, but you'll see that across all funds, the FY '24 budget increases by 11.5% or $268 million. So in this budget, we see a number of initiatives that aim to meet the strategic priorities of the council and that focus on our adopted budget's theme of so safe, so clean, so green, our favorite. These initiatives, as you can see here, include additional police, fire, and code personnel, an additional neighborhood in the neighborhood improvement program Councilmember Williams just mentioned, enhancements to park maintenance, increased funding for economic development, opening of a new library and community center, and the commitment to actively continue to focus on and plan for green space. The biggest funding source for the city's annual operating budget is the revenue from property taxes. The city has a continued commitment to decrease the property tax burden, and the FY '24 budget does recommend a 4-cent reduction, resulting in an overall rate of 0.6725 per $100 valuation. The budget recommends funding debt service and pay-as-you-go capital at the same rates as FY '23, and so the 4-cent reduction is proposed to come from the operations portion of the O&M allocation of the tax rate. In addition to the operating budget, the city also adopts a capital improvement plan, a CIP. This plan spans 5 years and gets revised each year for a rolling 5-year period. The total capital plan for FY '24 is recommended at just over $634 million, allocated through the different project types like water, sewer, transportation and public works, parks, stormwater, others. So when we combine the operating and capital budgets, the total recommended budget for FY '24 is just under $3.3 billion, up from $2.8 billion in the current year. And lastly, I just want to touch on the public engagement that's occurred. Some of you have mentioned that. It's still occurring around the budget process. And while my office is adjacent to the public engagement, it's really Renee Tejas, Michelle Goot, and their team that have really spearheaded the engagement. First, this year, the budget campaign ran from June 6th to July 9th as sort of an engagement warm-up. They collected comments on the My Fort Worth app, Facebook, and online. Top requests through that tool included public safety, transportation, animal control, litter control, parks, and a few other things. They also used an online tool called Thought Exchange just to increase options for feedback, and so staff's been continually monitoring and identifying trends through that tool. And finally, we've held a variety of meetings across all council districts, which you'll see on this slide. This isn't really meant for reading as much as it is showing that, we've been all over. So as of tonight, the city has held 13 public engagement meetings, and we have 3 remaining before next Tuesday's public hearing on the recommended tax rate. I think most of you mentioned those in your announcements, but just want to say thank you to all who participated in those meetings and made them productive and hopefully a useful tool for budget communications. And I'd like to just encourage anyone who's interested to visit the city's budget page on the website. You can find it on the homepage, and there's a lot of really great resources there. You can see our written responses to council budget questions, past presentations, the recommended book in its entirety, and also other engagement tools. After the public hearing on the budget concludes, then the next step in the budget adoption process will occur during the regularly scheduled council meeting on September 19th, and council will be presented with budget and tax rate ordinances to consider. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Christiane. Appreciate you. Counselor, you're welcome to ask any questions. We do have two speakers on this item. Just as a reminder, there'll be no vote. This is just the public hearing portion. Our first speaker is Adrian Smith by phone, followed by Kenya Alu.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, so as it relates to the proposed budget that's come before us, my question would be to this mayor and to this council is, how can we get transparency as to where we are currently as it relates to our physical responsibilities in this city? Are we in the green? Are we in the black? And I also know that you all are considering a new tax rate, but let's be mindful that the state has already put in place a new tax rate that's going to, I believe it has already gone into effect. The county commissioners have also implemented a tax rate that has already gone into effect. But the question to this mayor and to this council is, and I'm sure a lot of people want to know, is what's really going on with the financial undertakings of Fort Worth, because the PowerPoints, the public meetings you all had, which are only like an hour and a half, maybe under 2-hour meetings, don't benefit us, the citizens, do not benefit the taxpayers, does not benefit the city as a whole. So where are we? Can anyone just go on record and say where we are currently as it relates to our city in its finances? And I want to thank Ms. Councilmember Hill for her recent vote on that previous agenda item. Thank you, ma'am, for leading out on that, and that's how it's supposed to be done. So let us know. We're talking about transparency. We're talking about asking for more money from the taxpayers. So where are we? Mr. Cook, can you offer anything? I mean, anyone is what I'm asking. And again, your rules and procedures state that you all are open for criticism. So Ms. Vivens, you said I can't call your name, but your rules and procedures give me that option of calling you by name. So that's where reading is fundamental. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker is Kenya Alu.
Good evening, Mayor Parker and council. I'm unable to be here next week, so I'm going to provide my comments this week. While other area cities, school districts, JPS, and even our county see the need to do their part, tighten their belts, and cut back so that the taxpayers are given some relief, the city of Fort Worth plans to raise our taxes again. Please don't feed voters the narrative that you're cutting the rate without also telling them that a rate cut will still be a tax increase because of appraisal values. Did those of you who ran on property tax relief follow up your statements and ads about decreasing taxes with the fact that the amount of dollars a taxpayer would pay would still increase? Mayor Parker, Councilwoman Hill, Councilman Lowersdorf, and Councilman Blaylock all told voters that the tax burden was a concern. I've spoken with my councilman, Alan Blaylock, and I know he's committed to keeping his campaign promise. Whether he can get 6 votes or not is not the point. He's not caving to the pressure when it means he would have to have lied to his constituents. It would be refreshing to see others on this council keep their campaign promises and stand with him. I understand we're increasing police and fire, but there are other places to cut, and cumulative cuts will add up. I'm here to encourage you to vote for a no new revenue rate and tell David Cook that he needs to cut the budget and the city needs to live within its means, just as households do. Social programs are not meant for the city to provide. This task should be handled by charities and churches, not the taxpayers. The taxpayers are not a bottomless pit of funds, and the only true tax measure would be a no new revenue rate. The only true tax relief measure would be a no new revenue rate. This doesn't even account for new development and taxpayers moving into the city, which will increase funds also. When is enough enough? The taxpayers of Fort Worth have been stretched and taken advantage of, and it's got to end. People who want to stay in their homes are taking on side gigs. Men who live in my neighborhood are mowing lawns for the extra cash after they get off their day job to account for the increase in their mortgage since they first purchased their homes in 2015 and 2016. It's time for Fort Worth to rise up and do the same. Whether or not you made the promise to reduce taxes like 4 of you up there did, I would ask each of you, Mayor Parker, Councilman Flores, Councilman Crane, Councilman Lowersdorf, Councilwoman Bivens, Councilman Williams, Councilwoman Hill, Councilman Nettles, Councilwoman Beck, Councilman Blaylock, and Councilwoman Martinez. Make history and vote for a no new revenue rate for the taxpayers of Fort Worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alou. Council, that's the last of our speakers in this public hearing on the budget. We do not have to take any action, so we can proceed to the next item.
We still need a motion to close the public hearing, ma'am?
Actually, I think Leanne just advised me we do not need to do that, so we're good to keep going.
Okay, and we are now moving to the bottom of page 11 to start hearings for the public improvement districts. First one is MNC 23-0713.
Lacey is up. Hi, Lacey.
Good evening, Mayor Parker and members of City Council. My name is Lacey Reese, and I serve as the PID Administrator for the City of Fort Worth and the Economic Development Department. The purpose of this benefit hearing is to receive comments from the public regarding the city's tourism public improvement district's recommended budget, plan of service, assessment role, and assessments to be levied. The recommended budget for this tourism PID is included in your packet. Both the advertisement and the notification letters were compiled in compliance with the requirements of the Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 372, Public Improvement Districts. The recommended assessment for the tourism PID is from the owners-operators of the tourism PID hotels with 100 or more rooms paying a special assessment at a rate of 2% of revenues received from hotel room occupancy. The total cost of the improvements and services is $7 million. A representative from the management companies and myself is here to answer any questions. And following the receipt of this public comments, staff recommends closing the public hearing and approving MNC's 23-0713, adopting ordinances approving the final plan of service, budget, assessment role, and special assessments, and providing that the city secretary file the same in the real property records. Thank you.
Any questions for Lacey, council? If not, I can entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to close the public hearing and approve MNC 23-0713, adopting ordinances, approving the final plan of service, budget, assessment role, and special assessments, and providing that the city secretary file the same in the real property records.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
We have MNC's 23-0714 through 23-0723 pertaining to public improvement districts 1, 6, 7, 11, 12, 14, 15, 19, and 20, and 21. However, we have speakers for 23-0715 and 23-0722. So I'm assuming those have to be taken individually?
Yeah, let's do this first. Lacey, if you want to go ahead and do presentations on these PIDs for the public hearing, and then we can move forward with speakers.
So all the PIDs are just the ones?
Yes, they're all going to run together. Is that your plan?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Good deal.
So again, the purpose of this public benefit hearing is to receive comments for the public regarding the city's public improvement district's recommended budgets and assessments to be levied, approve the recommended budgets, and authorize execution of management agreements for each operating PID. The recommended budgets for each PID are included in your packet. Both of the advertisement and the notification letters were completed in compliance with the requirements of Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 372, Public Improvement Districts. The recommended assessment rate for PID 1 downtown is 13 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of improvements and services is $2,970,608. The recommended assessment rate for PID 6 Park Glen is 15.5 cents for residential per $100 of property value and 3.5 cents for commercial per $100 of property value. The total cost of the improvements and services is $2,185,323. The recommended assessment rate for PID 7 Heritage is 14.5 cents for residential per $100 of property value and 11 cents for the commercial per $100 of property value. The total cost of the improvements and services is $2,020,700. The recommended assessment rate for PID 11 Stockyards is 12 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of improvements and services is $458,777. The recommended assessment rate for PID 12 Chapel Hill is 18 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of improvements and services is $373,983. The recommended assessment rate for PID 14 Trinity Bluff is 10 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of improvements and services is $102,766. The recommended assessment for PID 15 Sun Valley is 24 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of improvements and services is $155,417. The recommended assessment for PID 19 Historic Camp Bowie is 10 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of improvements and services is $497,673. The recommended assessment rate for PID 20 East Lancaster Avenue is 26 3/5 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of the improvements and services is $333,704. And the recommended assessment for PID 21 Las Vegas Trail is 10 cents per $100 of property value. The total cost of the improvements and services is $414,168. Again, representatives from the management companies and myself are here to answer any questions that you guys have. Following the receipt of this public comment, staff recommends closing the public hearing and approving M&Cs 23-014 through 23-0723, which, 1, adopt the ordinances approving the final plans and services, budgets, assessment rolls, and special assessments, and provide that the city secretary file the same in real property records. 2, approve the management agreements. And 3, adopt the appropriation of ordinances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lacey. Our first speaker pertains to M&C 23-0715, related to the Park Glen PID, and that speaker is Alana Keaton. Ms. Keaton, are you here? I'll move to our next item, which is 23-0722, related to the East Lancaster Avenue PID, and our first speaker is Kay Dumaninski. Hi, Kay, followed by James Ernie Moore.
Give them to me. You want, ma'am, you want this shown on the overhead?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is not my first time here. I seem to keep, like the penny, I won't go away. As you notice, I've brought a few pictures of the improvements that all of our tax increases have added to the city. Next one, you can just scroll through them. This is an area behind Collard Street and East Lancaster. This is a bar area that's clean and nice, and the area over here you see is where the trash is behind. These are all areas that have accumulated a series of, we like calling them undesirables. I don't like giving them names because there are a multitude of people who set up chairs and housing. This past week, I've had 2 tent incidences that I've had to have removed. This is a restaurant that's in my strip shopping center. I've owned it for 50 years. We built in 1974. These are people who come up on Sunday morning to have breakfast at this Mexican restaurant. The parking lot's usually full by 11 o'clock. Oops, that's sideways. This is a bar on the corner, wait a minute, I can't tell what, yeah, that's a bar on the corner that has a $50,000 or $60,000 Jeep sitting in the parking lot. It's all clean and stuff. The area, when I got ready to come here tonight, had a raid. There were 9 police cars at this particular location right here where the convenience store is. That parking lot was full of cops and a lot of unmarked cars and a lot of lights flashing. This area here is where the congregants of the undesirables is. It's a vacant lot next to a cheese bag motel that has drugs and scores of police calls. I really want y'all to know, you saw she called out 10 cents, 11 cents, 10 cents, 11 cents, 26 cents. We pay the highest PID in the city of Fort Worth, and we've had nothing done. I call the security people that drive by. We catch them in the parking lots, down the street, sleeping. I really just have to tell y'all, Como got rid of this motel here on the corner of Vickery and Horn, and I don't know how they did it, but the motel down the street from me and the 2 convenience stores and the motel next door to me in one block, one city block. I'm going to get boarded up, and I don't care how we have to do it. I don't care what the city has to do, but if I'm going to pay that kind of tax dollars, we need to do something.
Thank you, Kay.
That's our improvement.
Our next speaker is James Ernie Moore.
No, he's not.
He's not here, okay.
His sister's in the hospital.
Okay. Kay, let me ask you this. When was the last time you sat down with either Councilmember Nettles or Councilmember Martinez to talk about some of your concerns on East Lancaster? Use that microphone if you don't mind.
I've owned the property for 50 years, and no one has ever contacted me. When you did the bicycle thing here, you do know that 20 years ago, I had a police storefront. I donated to the city for over 10 years, and a code compliance office, and the bicycle crew. They used to use me too. I installed the shower so they could shower, which is illegal. But I did it because I wanted them to be there in that neighborhood. So there you go.
Policemen should shower, I would agree completely.
Well, the bicycle guys were real cute, but they were a little sweaty, okay? Those bicycle guys are, we liked having them in the neighborhood. But I mean, I've been there 50 years. My family owns a business. This is going to be my children's and my grandchildren's inheritance.
Yes, ma'am.
The PID is supposed to be helping us develop the neighborhood. We don't have meetings. I don't know who the board is, and I've never been contacted by whoever the administrator is.
Okay, we appreciate you coming tonight. I think that will be resolved very quickly, and there's a few other things we can update you on East Lancaster.
I'll leave you my contact card.
We have it, actually. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kay. Our next speaker is James Ernie Moore, who's not here, so that's the last of our speakers on that item. And then we can move to approve on these PIDs, I believe. Go ahead, Councilmember Crane.
Okay, I'll make some people very happy because we're skipping through about 4 pages, but I move to close the public benefit hearing and approve M&Cs 23-0714 through 23-0723. 1, adopting ordinances approving the final plans of service, budgets, assessment rolls, and special assessments, and providing that the city secretary file the same in the real property records. 2, approving the management agreements, and 3, adopting the appropriation ordinances.
Got a motion and a second, but I do have a few comments from council. Councilmember Bivens? I think she might have, yes.
We have on nuisance abatements, because we have enhanced that legal team, and that will give her hope. And I think Ben Sadrant is the attorney who is leading that. And he has been able to get several establishments closed down.
Yes.
So I'll use her contact information and reach out to her, even though she's not in my district. But people will be glad when they see this action taking place.
Thank you, Gina. Councilmember Martinez?
I was going to address my comments to Kay as well, but I'll have staff reach out and connect her with the appropriate representatives.
Thank you. Any other discussion, council? If not, please vote. Gina, try again. Motion carries.
Okay, next is MNC 23-0725 with the report of city staff by Keith Morris.
Hi, Keith.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Keith Morris, Assistant Director for Fort Worth Police Department. Tonight, I'm going to review the fiscal year 2024 budget that was adopted by the Board of the Crime Control and Prevention District, or CCPD. An initial funding application was approved by the City Council on August 8th and was subsequently submitted to the CCPD Board on August 22nd. The last step is for council consideration of the board-approved budget. CCPD is funded primarily by half-cent sales tax. The revenue provides resources to implement crime reduction and safety strategies. The fiscal year 2024 operating budget is $130.7 million. Of that, 32% is for equipment, technology, and infrastructure. This includes replacements for roughly 11% of the police vehicle fleet, funding for body-worn and vehicle cameras, officer safety equipment, and technology for investigating violent crime. 22% of the budget is for enhanced response initiative. This includes our school resource officers, crossing guards, and bike teams. 23% is for neighborhood crime prevention, which includes our Code Blue Citizens on Patrol program, civilian response, crisis intervention teams, and homeless outreach teams, as well as our neighborhood patrol officers. 13% is for recruiting and training, which includes the training of our new and incumbent officers. Lastly, Partners with a Shared Mission, which represents about 9% of the overall budget, supports programming for annual contracts and competitive grants to nonprofits that serve Fort Worth residents. Funding is provided in areas of after-school, mentoring, literacy, victim services, reentry, gang and violence, crime intervention, and to start new programs that address public safety needs. In comparison to the FY23 budget, the 24 operating budget includes an 11% increase, roughly $13 million, supported by sales tax. A large portion of the increase is designated for recruitment and training initiative in order to train officers in filling department vacancies. The highlights of the 24 budget include increases for officer training, for recruit salary, and to increase the number of officers that can be trained to fill vacancies. There's also funding to increase recruiting efforts as the police department works to fill the over 100 positions that have been added through the 23 and the proposed 24 budgets. Also included are additional positions for the crisis intervention teams, homeless outreach, school resource officers, and Parks Community Center programming. Also included is an increase in funding for nonprofit agencies of up to a total of $10.4 million. This includes community-based programs, funding for nonprofits that are helping to make Fort Worth a safer and more resilient place to live. Agencies interested in this funding should visit police.fortworthtexas.gov/PSM for more information. Compared to the original funding application that was submitted through the August 8th meeting, there were no changes to the overall budget. The CCPD budget also includes a 5-year capital improvement plan totaling $88.9 million. In FY24, we plan $23.8 million for vehicle, technology, and equipment. The next steps today are to complete the public hearing process and to act on the M&C, and the FY24 budget is approved by the CCPD board.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate you. I think Councilmember Flores will have this motion, but are there any questions for Keith this evening? No. Councilmember Flores, the floor is yours.
Mayor, we do have one speaker.
I'm sorry, I knew that. Adrian, by phone.
Hey, Mr. Smith?
Yes, I'm still here. Ha, ha, ha. Real funny, Mayor. But anyway, the CCPD Crime Control Prevention District funding. I would like to propose a question as to where are we as relates to every school within this city having a available officer as it relates to the law that was passed, state law that was legislated and passed on September. When it's law. first. And I would like to also put on the table, when will we get the recommendation put back on the table for council consideration as it relates to the recommendations made by the Race and Culture Task Force that some seem to have forgotten about. But again, as it relates to this CCPD fund, I heard that 32% of it is, I think you said body cameras, technology, the vehicles that the officers destroy whenever they are being reckless. What else? Body cameras that they don't, that are seldom utilized, or that when there is a officer who conducts himself or herself in a illegal way as to violate someone's constitutional right, those body cameras are suppressed as to the public's consumption for the means of bringing about accountability. So I'm not here to put down on the proposed budget. I think the gentleman said nothing has really changed. But again, we're talking about fiscal responsibility, and I know that law enforcement is one of the things that cities like to tout as a cause for asking for more money whenever new budgets are proposed. So again, I'm hoping that we can get the recommendation that the Race and Culture Task Force previously recommended back on the table, and we can get that to a vote. And if that doesn't pan out, hopefully we can get it to the general election and let the citizens see it.
It's the conclusion of our speakers. Councilmember Flores.
All right. For MNC 23-0725 regarding the FY24 CCPD budget, I move to close the public hearing and move for approval.
Second, please vote, council. Jared, try again, sorry. Motion carries. Keith, thank you for all your hard work.
MNCs 23-0726 through 23-0734 on pages 21 and 22 all involve approval of contracts that are funded out of the Crime Control and Prevention District. At the council's discretion, these 9 items can be all taken up and considered together and approved with a single motion at this time.
Councilmember Flores, we do have a motion. I know we have one recusal on this item. Councilmember Martinez.
That will be handled separately.
Oh. Where is it? Sorry, I'm confused.
I think that's 0738. Is that correct, Ron?
Okay, sorry.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We don't have any speakers on this, right? I think.
We don't.
Okay. All right. I move to approve MNCs 23-0726 through MNC 23-0734.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, now we can go ahead and hear MSC 23-0738 on page 23.
Councilman Martinez, I think you can move forward with your recusal here. Sorry about that.
I will need to recuse myself as I am a board member for Pathfinders.
I need a motion on the floor, council. Sorry. Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
And now we have to go back to page 22 for M&C 23-0735.
Second, any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, M&C 23-0737.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Okay, now we've got to go back to page 16. MNC 23-0740, with report of city staff by Diane Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Diane Anderson in Neighborhood Services. I'm a Neighborhood Development Coordinator. This evening on the agenda, you'll see MNC 23-0740 regarding the adoption of a resolution of no objection supporting a housing tax credit application by Palladium East Lancaster Limited for the new construction of Palladium East Lancaster, a proposed multifamily affordable housing development to be located the address 4909 and 5003 East Lancaster Avenue and 4900 and 4808 Norma Street in Council District 11. Palladium East Lancaster Limited intends to submit a 4% non-competitive housing tax credit application to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, also known as TDHCA. In order for a 4% housing tax credit application to be submitted to TDHCA, a municipality is required to hold a public hearing for the purpose of receiving public comment to the project. Of the total 243 proposed units, 195 units will be made available to households at or below 60% of the area median income. Of those, 25 units will be set aside for households earning at or below 30% AMI. Staff has reviewed the request by Palladium East Lancaster Limited and found the development is consistent with the quality, affordable housing goals and priorities in the city's most recent consolidated plan. Therefore, staff recommends that after any public comments are received this evening, the public hearing be closed and the City Council take formal action to approve MC 230740 and the attached resolution of no objection for the development of Palladium East Lancaster. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions this evening for Diane? No, we can move forward. Councilman Martinez. Because Avis does not have any comment, just for clarification. Only if there's opposition, which there is none.
Avis, thank you so much for being here. I'm excited to, again, support this project that will not only bring affordable housing to District 11, but will also stimulate economic growth. And with that, I make a motion to close the public hearing and act on MNC 230740.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. There we go. Oh. Motion carries.
MNC 23-0782, report of city staff by Lori Gordon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lori Gordon. I'm with the Park and Recreation Department, Planning Manager. We're coming to you tonight for a public hearing for the proposed use of a portion of Rolling Hills Park for utility easement and permanent maintenance areas. The park that is in question is Rolling Hills Park, as I just previously mentioned. It was dedicated in 1971 and is about 207 acres, and on that includes the City of Fort Worth Tree Farm. You can see where the location on the slide of where the park is located: Campus Drive, East Seminary, Wichita Street, and Joe B. Rushing Streets borderline the park, and it's located in Council District 8. Change of use to the park is the Botanic Gardens are planning to use 4 acres within the Rolling Hills Park to construct and operate a greenhouse facility. And the greenhouse facility includes 7 greenhouses, laydown space for nursery stock and associated greenhouse materials. 2 utility easements are going to be proposed with this. One is for Encore, the one is for Atmos. You can see the acreages associated with each. And then there's going to be maintenance areas, one for the water department and sanitary sewer and associated temporary workspaces. So the project installation includes 7 greenhouses, approximately 238 lineal feet of electric work with a 15-foot wide easement, 1,054 lineal feet of gas with a 10-foot wide easement, water line at 1,355 lineal feet with a 10-foot wide easement, and sewer line at 353 lineal feet with a 10-foot wide easement. Summary of all of this is the location and method of the proposed improvements was chosen to minimize impacts to the park. In accordance with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Code, Chapter 26, the City of Fort Worth seeks to convert 0.716 acres of Rolling Hills Park for easements and maintenance areas. And it is recommended that the council conduct a public hearing under the guidelines set forth by the Texas Parks and Wildlife Code, Chapter 26, Protection of Public Park and Recreational Lands, and finds that no feasible or prudent alternative exists for the use of Rolling Hills Park for the installation of electrical utility easements, gas utility easements, and permanent water maintenance area and permanent sewer maintenance area, and find that the proposed utility easements and permanent maintenance areas include all reasonable planning to minimize harm to the parkland, no trees are impacted, and close the public hearing to authorize the use of approximately 0.716 acres of dedicated parkland at Rolling Hills for the proposed use of utility easements and permanent maintenance areas. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Any questions for Lori? If not, Councilmember Nettles.
Move to close the public hearing and approve M&C 23-0782.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
We are now at zoning hearings, zoning docket ZC 23-068.
I'm catching up, hold on. Well, there we are. We have 2 speakers on this item. Our first is Moody Younger, followed by Emil Bragdon. I don't think Emil is here. Mr. Younger probably feels like he needs an office after the last 2 days. Thank you for staying with us.
It's been busy. It's been a busy few days, but thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Beck. I think what we've come up with is a very good resolution, and I think that's why Emil's not here today. We had the meeting earlier, and I think the major owners in the area are all aligned in taking more responsibility and accountability for some of the things that are happening in the areas, in the bar area when people leave at the end of the night. And the plan that the city has in place and has developed, I'm really excited about. I represent, with my partner, Kathy Permenter, we own Crockett Roast. We're the biggest landlord in the West 7th kind of entertainment district. And so we're real pleased with Fort Worth. Couldn't be happier to be a part of the community in the way, very impressed with the way the city's handled everything. So I'm here to support the city in this resolution. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Mr. Bragdon is not speaking, also I'll turn to Councilmember Beck on this item.
Great, thank you. And before I make the motion, I just want to say to Moody, thank you for coming out and being part of this process, but also thank you for the investments that you've made to improve safety in the West 7th area. You've heard a lot about West 7th on the news recently because of some tragic events, but what you haven't heard is that there's a lot of positive movement in that area to really invest in some really quality developments, mixed-use developments to realize that vision that our predecessors set decades ago. And so we're finally really starting to move in that direction, and that is in no small part because of folks like the people at Moody Younger, Younger Partners that really see the value in that area and what what potential it has. And so I personally really appreciate how you have operated within the West 7th District, but also that we've been able to come together as a community and move for this. It hasn't been easy, as most of you on this dais know, and those of you in the audience. It is not going to be the magic quick fix for West 7th, but I truly believe it's the right thing to do, not just for that area, but for the community as a whole. One of the big lessons we learned from that particular zoning ordinance was that residential and commercial, our office, don't necessarily operate well next to large-scale nightclubs. And so having some separation in that not only benefits West 7th, but benefits future MU2 developments as well. So with that, I would like to have Melinda Ramos come up because I am going to make some changes from the mic, and I'd like you to explain those because my motion will be long.
Melinda Ramos, Deputy City Attorney. So as Councilwoman Beck has alluded to, there will be some proposed changes to the text amendment that was previously provided to you. Those involve allowing existing bars that are over 2,000 square feet to continue as is unless they do the following. Their TABC license expires or is terminated for more than 2 years. The use changes to a conforming use in the MU2 district. The maximum occupancy is increased, and that maximum occupancy will be determined by the building official to include all areas where alcohol is either served or consumed, or where the building is destroyed more than 75% of the building's reasonable value. Those align with our existing non-conforming regulations that we have in our ordinance. Existing bars will be allowed to make changes anywhere on their premises as long as that maximum occupancy anywhere alcohol is served or consumed isn't increased. That's just a brief summary.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, I will make this motion, and bear with me because it is a doozy. I move to approve ZC 23-068 with the following changes to Section 1 in the ordinance to add language to subsection B and to add subsections C through E to read as follows. Section 5.152, bars or taverns. A bar or tavern may be permitted in the high-intensity mixed-use MU2 district subject to the following conditions. Bars or taverns 2,000 square feet or less are allowed by right in the MU2 district. B, a conditional use permit shall be required if the bar or tavern is larger than 2,000 square feet where alcohol is served or consumed. C, a bar or tavern that was lawfully in existence on the effective date of this section shall be granted nonconforming status. The building official shall maintain a register of all certificates of occupancy for bars and taverns made nonconforming after the effective date of this section. The building official shall determine maximum occupancy allowed where alcohol is served or consumed for nonconforming bars and taverns. D, nonconforming status shall be retained when I, renewing the Texas Alcohol and Beverage Commission TABC permit or license, or II, the sale or transfer of the business premises requires a new TABC permit or license is required, or III, maintaining, repairing, or marking alterations that do not exceed the occupancy allowed in the registry maintained by the building official. E, non-conforming status shall terminate when I, the TABC permit or license is terminated and the bona fide application for a new license or permit is not filed with the TABC within 2 years of the prior permit or license expiring, or II, when the use has been changed or conforming use in the MU2 district, or III, the use is altered or expanded such that the occupancy exceeds the maximum allowed in the registry maintained by the building official, or finally, restoration of the building destroyed by fire, explosion, or other casualty, or an act of God exceeds 75% of the building's reasonable value. Thank you. And Alan complained about a motion he has to read later, and I'll just have you know that he was talking about how long it was, and I was like, well, I got you beat. And so thank y'all for bearing with me on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Beck. I've got a motion and a second, and very special thanks to Melinda Ramos for making really swift changes on this today, and for younger partners and all of the many bar owners and owners in West 7th. This has been a really quick 48 hours, and I think that in addition to this, rather than berating the point or making you stick with us this evening, my office will be releasing a press release that also pertains to West 7th this evening that I think will also add to some very significant changes you're going to see in one of our city's most significant entertainment districts. So thank you, Councilwoman Beck, for your leadership on this. We appreciate it. Please vote. Charlie's not here. There you go. Motion passes.
Zoning dockets, ZC 22-226.
No speakers on this item. Councilmember Bivens.
To share some comments on this property. In several areas, it really wasn't compatible with the plans we had for it, that location, but after talking with the owner who's building the house, this house is being built for a disabled family. And the location fronting Miller gives them bus access, and the builder has done a lot of good work in District 8. And so just knowing with that, I want to move approval for ZC 22226. Second. Thank you.
Can't please vote. Motion carries.
Zoning docket ZC 23-066.
We have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Nettles. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, we already
this is
pulled
gonna
it,
be
right?
continued. We're still waiting on the ETJ case.
Okay. Do we need to vote on the continuance, or is it okay?
Move to
Okay, we're good. Perfect. Okay, keep going.
Okay, ZC 23-121.
Councilmember Beck, we have several speakers on this item. Our first is Darren Norman, followed by Taylor Hill.
All right, good evening. Thank you for having me. Darren Norman of 3108 West 6th Street. I look for the next slide. Oh, thank you. I'm going to give a quick summary of why we're here today. Brewer and Hale have an issued building permit and have begun construction on the Harrison project, a 27-unit, 30-bedroom, 4-story multifamily building on Samuels Avenue. In June, they were notified that they were being sued by the Villa de Leon condo owners and received a temporary restraining order to stop work. Turns out that through no fault of Brewer and Hale, there may have been a city public notification error back in 2021. So the city has reverted our existing zoning to the previous zoning category, which has more restrictive parking and setback requirements. Prior to the August City Council hearing, we worked closely with Councilwoman Beck to address what we understood to be the issue of parking. So we provided an auxiliary parking solution that yielded a total of 1.3 parking spaces per bedroom for the project. At that August hearing, our case was continued to provide time to meet with neighbors to discuss additional issues that they might have. After some considerable effort, Brewer and Hale met with representatives of Villa de Leon on September 8th. At that meeting, open to addressing valid concerns, Brewer and Hale experienced the type of treatment you might expect from someone who is suing you. Suffice it to say, the meeting was brief and not too productive. So now, after 12 weeks of construction delay, we're here seeking your approval of this zoning request so that our zoning once again matches the category that is reflected by our current city-issued building permit. This is a summary of the project cost incurred thus far on an ongoing basis by Brewer and Hale. As you can see, after 12 weeks delay, Brewer and Hale have accumulated quite a bit of cost. Meanwhile, they have participated in the rezoning process again, met with council members and neighbors alike, been open to consensus building, and provided an acceptable parking solution. They've done everything requested of them by the city, and they're not asking for waivers or special exceptions, just the zoning category by which their building permit was reviewed. They've already paid the permitting fees. They've been reviewed 5 times over, made the revisions, gotten approvals, paid the adjusted fees, and had the kickoff inspection. Please stop this $36,000 per week bleeding and approve us of the zoning request. I have 20 additional slides worth of material to show here today, but they were shown to you in August, so I won't waste your time. I'd be happy to discuss them, the area history, the significant dates, the views, or the project details if you'd like more information. We're available to answer any other questions that you might have and will remain available to continue to meet through the neighborhood with stakeholders to address any other concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Our next speaker is Taylor Hale, followed by Bailey Brewer by phone.
I'm not sure if Bailey's going to be able to join us this evening. He's out of the country, unfortunately. He wishes he could have been here. But good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Taylor Hale. I want to provide you a little bit of background on our firm, Brewer & Hale, and a little bit about the makeup of who we are. So the founding partners are Bailey Brewer, who I wish could be here with me tonight as well, and myself. We are brothers. Thus, it's a family-owned business. We're both born and raised in Fort Worth. We grew up in the Mistletoe Heights neighborhood. Both went to Fort Worth public schools through grade school. Actually, our parents still live in Mistletoe Heights in the same house that we were raised in. We're both Fort Worth residents currently and live here with our families. Our real passion and vision for our real estate group is to provide a platform to develop infill properties where maybe a syndicator or a large development firm wouldn't find it viable. And thus, this is one of those types of projects, which typically ends up being somewhere between 15 and 40 units. Some of our focus neighborhoods include Samuels area, Rock Island, near Southside and Mistletoe Heights. We are not merchant builders. We're not looking for a quick turn, flip properties. These are long-term hold legacy projects for us. We put our own money into it, and it's a big part of who we are. So we believe this creates an overall better product. Again, we're in a really tough situation and spot here. I just wanted to reiterate our commitment to this community. We live here, our kids go to school here, we socialize here. This is our legacy, our reputation matters. Want to continue to invest in Fort Worth, want to be good community members, and want to continue to be solutions in the communities in which we work. Thank you for your time this evening, and happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Welch, followed by David Balunda.
Excuse me, is there a Bailey Brewer in the audience?
No, I think he just said that he's out of the country, so we won't have a phone call tonight. Yeah.
Thank y'all. I want to address a couple of things that have happened since the last meeting that we had. We did meet with the developer yesterday, and that was basically meeting with a brick wall. They weren't willing to negotiate, make any changes or anything. So when you say, hey, they were willing to do it and they want to be good neighbors, that's just simply not true. The facts of this matter is Bailey and Brewer began building on this property in June of 2023. This city council approved some zoning back in 2021. Don't let the builder make you think that this has been ongoing and they've lost $30,000 a week for 2 years. They started building in June, they got sued in June, and they've lost every step of the way in the litigation from a district judge in Tarrant County, Judge Wilkinson, because they've not been above board and the city didn't do the notices that they were required to do. They say that this is a legacy project. They haven't shown you one thing that says this is a proper legacy project and they're gonna build it to proper standards. My clients have been forced to go out and find out what the difference in pricing is to do proper parking, $112 a foot, versus their proposed parking, $93 a foot. That's a 15% difference that they want to tell you they're gonna build a legacy project and they're gonna make this nice, but they're gonna thumb their nose at a 15% cost increase for the safety of neighbors, the safety of the PTA, the safety of children that are less than 400 yards away from where this building's gonna go. Just yesterday, they shut down the road illegally and they're causing traffic over there, ignoring the permits. They don't even have a legal permit because of the zoning change by the judge in Tarrant County. There was discussion at the last and the August meeting about a parking study. or a traffic study. That was never done. That needs to be done. When we met with the builder, they told us that they're going to build in an 18-inch setback. Mr. Starr is going to talk a little bit later about you can't build in that. The smallest scaffolding that they're going to build in or have access to is 3 feet wide. They're going to trespass onto the land. There's going to be litigation if you approve the zoning as written. They have to trespass. They can't build the building without trespassing. This zoning cannot be granted as requested, and the setback's improper, the parking's improper, and their proposed solutions are not a solution. And they're going to come in here and tell you they're good neighbors. Well, they're damaging the neighbor's property. They're damaging not just our property, they're damaging Lincoln Apartments, which is next door also. So this is premature to begin with. The zoning committee voted no. There was some discussion about that being a technicality last time. That's not a technicality. It required 6-4 votes. They only got 4-4 votes. So there's no technicality. The zoning committee said deny, and this should be denied. Thank y'all.
Our next speaker is David Balunda, followed by Jenny Stewart. Thank you. Jenny Stewart is here, and followed by Frank Starr.
Mayor and council, the last time we were here 3 weeks ago, we were told that parking was not going to be a problem, with no real backup for why that was determined. There was no parking study, no traffic study. The off-site parking that is proposed is more than twice as far away as allowed by the City of Fort Worth ordinances. So that off-site parking is not a solution to the parking problem. We have the entire community, the PTA, our building, other buildings that are saying we have a parking problem, we have a traffic problem on the street, and that was dismissed with really no understanding of why we were dismissing it. In addition, the setbacks, even though they have not started upbuilding, they're only doing groundwork at this point, they have already broken a sewer line, and raw sewage was running across the parking garage in our building. They've broken our fences. They have broken the retaining wall on the other side towards Lincoln Properties. So the setbacks are a tremendous problem here because they will not be able to build safely with only an 18-inch setback. The zoning committee recommended denial of this. Please vote against the change in zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Our last speaker on this item is Frank Starr.
Here's some material. My name is Frank Starr. I'm with Villa de Leon Apartments, or condominiums. I live there. And I'm here today just to kind of clarify a few things. The first one is this idea that we're litigious and out to just sue people. The city did not give us proper notice. They've now acknowledged that after 6 months of telling us that they had given us proper notice. They did not give us proper notice. There was a zoning hearing that was done back in '21. And in that zoning hearing, there was not one question asked about what kind of problems this created, whether there was enough parking, whether it was consistent with other development in the area. Same thing happened at the city council meeting the next month. Not one question. Nobody asked a question about what the impact is to the neighborhood, which is just appalling to me, absolutely appalling to me. We reached out to Councilwoman Beck. So basically about a year later, they started development. We reached out to Councilwoman Beck and asked for a meeting. We had a meeting with her, explained our issues related to this, and she assured us she would get back with us, which never happened. It was just silence. We reached out again about 6 weeks later to Mary Wells and asked her to please provide an answer. We got the same answer, and that is that we were given proper notice. At that time, we were forced in a situation because they started construction of filing a lawsuit to try and stop this and get our voice heard. And I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to have to do. In fact, Councilwoman Beck told us she appreciated us because it was a flaw in the system in the city of Fort Worth. So that's where we find ourselves. I would ask that the city, the council would help us come up with a solution to this. The city put us in this position where we had to bring a lawsuit. I don't want to be in a situation where we have to continue with lawsuits, but these people are going to be trespassing our property. There are pictures in there, which we can flip through real quick, that you can see the damage that they've created already. And before we go there, I'd point you to one of the things that when the zoning staff put this together, they said here's one of the things that they were looking at, proposed for consistent with land and use designations for the area. They said promote measures to ensure that all types of residential developments are compatible in scale to abutting residential developments. A dramatic difference in lot size, units per acre should be discouraged for new development. That's not what happened here. Normally, under D development, you have 32 units per acre. Here you've got 27 units on a quarter of an acre. There's not enough parking. The idea that people are going to walk, there's not one of you would walk a quarter of a mile every day to get to your car to be able to have a place to park. That's just unreasonable. So I ask that you help us come up with a solution. Either ask the developer to go to mediation with us.
Thank you, Mr.
Or you all
Starr.
help figure it out.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Elizabeth?
Oh, this is 18 inches, by the way. That's how close they're going to be to our building.
Thank you,
To our
Mr. Starr.
fence.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Great, thank you, I appreciate that. I want to address some things that you heard this evening for my colleagues' benefit, but also for the public's benefit, because I think we want to make sure that we're getting things right here in Fort Worth, and I think our residents should be able to rely on the decisions we make here, and I think that businesses should be able to rely on the decisions that we make here on this council as well. We did meet about a year ago. I don't know that I would call it silence. We did have staff go in and look to see how notice occurred. And based on our system at that time, staff determined that proper notice had happened. Clearly, that was not the case, and we have worked to remedy that in the city of Fort Worth so that none of us go through this, none of you go through this again. So I do appreciate you bringing that. But Mary did provide a very lengthy email to your group addressing as many of those concerns as we possibly could, and then suit happened. I want to address the parking on the street before I address the final concern and make my motion. I listened to your concern about parking. I heard your concern about parking. And like I do with most decisions that I make, I study it, I measure it, I talk to experts, and then I come back with a decision based on that. It's not flip, it's not dismissed. And I think that can be seen by the fact that I directed staff to go and do a preliminary look at Samuels Avenue, specific to the elementary school, because that was of utmost important to me. I'm also a mother of 2 school-age children that go to school in an urban setting on Jones Street downtown. So I understand what that looks like when you're dropping off and picking up. I'm particularly sensitive to it. And I really appreciate our TPW staff for getting out there so quickly and conducting what is not a normal study for us. It's not as extensive as we normally do, but they did go take a look at what we can do to remedy the area. And what we found is that during peak times, there is quite a bit of parking on the street. But if you look at 11 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock at night, you've got occupancy rates based on the number of spaces of 16%, 44%, 29%, 67%, 21%. So there are some availability of parking on the street. There are some deficiencies for the elementary school, and our TPW staff is working to fix those, like remedying some crosswalks that aren't not crosswalks, ramps, on the sidewalks that aren't up to par and replacing some signs that could be better. And they have also committed to working with Fort Worth ISD to help develop a better solution for traffic in and around the elementary school. And so I didn't dismiss your parking concerns, but based on what I gathered from staff, from industry experts, from my colleagues and their experience, I was comfortable making that decision. But what I really want to talk about tonight is this idea that the city is not helping you and the city is not willing to mediate with you, and that could not be farther from the truth. And if my colleagues will bear with me, I'm going to read some emails into the record because I think they're important for this particular case. I did make it very clear at the last council meeting that that parking wasn't going to be determinative for me. And that came to a head when Mr. Starr insisted that we bring the PTA to the meeting because he felt like they needed to be part of the process. Again, we discussed not using our parking not being an issue. And so I sent Mr. Starr an email, and I'd like to read it to you. Frank, during both our meeting and during the council meeting, I made it clear that parking was not an issue that I would use to determine this matter. The purpose for continuing the case was to facilitate a meeting to discuss non-parking related concerns. By not approving the zoning case before the meeting, the hope is to give your residents some leverage to address additional concerns and negotiate potential changes, which is what we did, which is what this council did and supported in that continuance. The PTA's sole concern was how parking will impact the street. We will not be discussing parking at this meeting. It's not material to my ultimate determination. It's far more productive to address setback, which you just mentioned today, maintenance, which you mentioned today, and operational questions. Those are what I'm concerned about with making my decision. If the intent is to reopen the parking issue during this meeting, it's best that we cancel, as it is not a productive use of mine or staff's or your time. I've listened to your concerns. I've had multiple conversations with staff and members of the development community to make my determination. I am comfortable with the plan that is in place. And in response to that email, what I received was email traffic from your attorney, Mr. Van Shaw, and I'd like to read that. The email from Attorney Beck below is not close to accurate, proper, or normal, nor was the manner that Attorney Beck tried to force this matter through. I have seen a lot of council issues in my experience. The only explanation is a bought and paid for decision or an under the table one. I will work to shine a bright light as I am aghast by the working together to build a stronger community falsity. And it was at that point that I felt it was in the best decision, not just for me as a council person, but for this body and this city, as we are still technically in litigation, and this is the attorney that is representing you, that we not go forward with that meeting for many reasons. But I would also remind my colleague from law school that you certainly don't want to spit in the judge's eye right before you're asking them to make a decision. And accusing someone of bribery is a very bold and outlandish statement. So you didn't get the mediation that you wanted from the city, not because I was unwilling to give it or anyone on this dais didn't want it. In fact, considerable amount of time, effort, and energy went into making sure that every city staff person that could address the list of concerns and complaints you had would be in that meeting, so that when we left, there was no question, there was no nothing left hanging. We could leave with a solution moving forward. And by continuing that zoning case, that held that carrot over the applicant's request to give you that leverage. And so I am sorry that you didn't get that leverage, but you didn't get that leverage because of the way that your team acted. And so with that, I move to approve this motion, this zoning application.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion, council? Please vote. Motion carries.
Zoning docket SP 23-004.
We
have a speaker on this item, but only if there's opposition, which there is none. Councilmember Nettles.
Move for approval.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Zoning docket SP 23-005.
Councilmember Nettles, Councilmember Williams.
Yeah, thank you. This came to zoning. It's a childcare center at the intersection of McCartan and Sycamore, so I'm happy to approve this site plan. Move to approve.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
Zoning docket SP-23-006.
Council, we do have one speaker on this item, Bob Willoughby, by phone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and withdraw from this one, and on the next one, make sure my video plays. My phone's been going in and out, so if you lose me between this zoning case and the next one, 009, just go ahead and play the video, and I'll withdraw from this one, okay? Let's move on.
All right, I'll go ahead and place you on mute, and I'll connect with you in a couple of minutes.
Move on to the next one.
I've
to
got
the
a
next
motion
zoning
and a
case. Yeah.
second, council. Please vote. Motion carries.
Zoning docket 23-099.
I've got a few speakers. Our first speaker is Trenton Robertson, followed by Wes Hoblet.
Thank you. We're here for any questions. We're the applicant for the project. We just want to say, once again, this isn't going to increase traffic in any way. This is near a station, public transit. No single-family residential neighborhoods are around this. We've gained support from various things from the Transit Authority. We've gained support of this project. I just want to infill redevelopment.
Thank you. Councilmember Bivens.
I want to thank you guys for bringing multifamily to my district. It's in a job center area. We've got American Airlines, DFW Airport, close to Bell. It's a quality project, and I'm proud to say I move for approval.
Can't do that yet. Wes Hoblet. Wes, any other? Sorry, Gina.
I echo the same things that
Okay.
Trenton just said.
Thank you, Wes. And we do have a video and a call from Mr. Willoughby.
Mr. Willoughby?
Am I on?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Do me a favor, you can start the video. Just make sure the sound's up, everybody can hear it, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. On video. What's this?
Point of order, not germane.
We'll just let it.
Apartments and more
the right
apartments.
video?
That is all we see. We never see 24 acres on the city council agenda for 7,500 square feet per house. Enough room to park a car in the driveway without blocking the sidewalk. A place they could own, not rent, where children can grow and have a yard big enough to throw a ball in. And to be able to have a pet would be good. The city is being overrun with apartments. The growth in the city is exceeding income, and more apartments are not the answer. Apartments are a part of the problem. The police are understaffed. Streets are in need of repair, rolling blackouts, and natural resources. When water is at the point that we need TV commercials to conserve water, that is a warning that we should respect and put a stop to apartments and start working on getting the city balanced with homes being built by builders that have children in mind over money.
Bob, you still have a minute and 30
Was
seconds
that the
left.
end? No?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I just made a short video just to get the point out. The main thing is, yeah, I do feel like we're overrun with the, apartments. Definitely, we've said this before, but and also before, we have not gotten any, city council's never reached out to explain or counter any of the reasons why we say none. They don't answer anything. They just go ahead and go forward with it. But anyway, appreciate you playing my video. I'm surprised it got to play. So thank you very much for that, and we'll talk to you next week. Bye-bye.
For the record, Mayor, I'd like for you all to know, we always get accused of denying multifamily in District 5. We just need quality multifamily, and this project is bringing that. And so thank you for providing my second. Thank you for bringing the project.
Please vote, council. Carlos, try again. That's okay. Motion carries.
Zoning docket 23-104.
We have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Blaylock.
So I'll motion to approve.
Motion carries.
Zoning docket 23-106.
No speakers. Councilmember Bivens.
Staff, I need your help on this. There is action I can take tonight that could pave the way for STR at this location. I will not have that here. And so what I'd like for staff to do is contact the applicant. I finally found him today and ask if he was coming, but we need to set up a visit with him because where's the applicant? Please
Here at the
come
back.
down. I need you to tell me your plans, and I need staff at the microphone to tell me if what he's stating can pave the way to an STR.
My plans was to switch it over to residential because it's a dead-end street. And also, there's also other houses. Even the lot next to mine got turned over to a A5. My neighbor's already at 50% on his new build. And that's the reason we wanted to do a house there instead of any commercial building or mixed use. The other thing that keeps on piling up is trash that we have to clean up. And I also have a couple of liens from the city where we have to keep on going back and cleaning the lot. So if I can build something on it, I can either put it to rent or sell it, whichever one comes.
Well, I want to thank you for coming because when we talked, you were working. So
Yes,
thank you for being here. What I need to know is what his plan calls for. Does what you hear and what the paperwork shows pave the way for STR?
No, the current zoning is MU, which allows STRs by right. His proposal for A5, one family, does not allow a short-term rental.
Thank you. The email you sent me had double language in there, so thank you for being here still. With that, I move for approval. Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote, council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Zoning docket 23-112.
Blessing Investments LLC. Our case is C23-112 at our property, 2841 Avenue H, located in Polytechnic Heights community. We are here to speak on its behalf to approve for a zoning change. A little history about our property. We bought it in late 2018. At the time, it was boarded up for a little over 3 years. It had been boarded up because it was a center for loitering and illegal activity, lots of drug consumption, and squatters in the area. It is our understanding that it was previously owned by several companies, and the one just before us that had it boarded up for over 3 years was foreign nationals. So we started fixing it up, investing in roof, foundation, water heaters, replaced HVACs. And when we started connecting services, we found out that it was zoned for A5. As you can see, it does not look as a single-family building or function as one either. Most of the services, it has water, gas, and electric are all commercial meters on it. So as you can tell from the pictures, this is clearly not a single-family property. It's just over 4,000 square feet. It has 11 rooms, 6 outdoor exits, 6 bathrooms. And this property was built in the early 1900s, predating zoning. So it does not conform to current zoning regulation. We understand that this property lost its non-conforming status before our ownership. However, the property was already standing. We're here to request the council to help us determine if the current zoning should have even been imposed on the building property that was already standing and should have been grandfathered in until its demise. We are now left with an over 4,000 square foot building that we cannot legally or correctly rent out or sell. We have found tenants that are willing to bring support to the community area, but because of single-family restriction, cannot use the building to its full potential. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisol. Councilmember Nettles, go ahead.
Just real briefly, the tenants that you have, what is the company, it's a church affiliation, and what are exactly they trying to do, real briefly?
Yes, we found tenants that could use the building in its current capacity. We're not looking to do any construction on it. We're just willing to use it as is. The current tenants are 33rd Ministry Company, and they're associated with Mercy Culture Church. They have a food bank in the area, about 2 blocks down. They provide ministry to the area, and their intention is to use the building to house missionaries that are coming from all over the country in different states to learn how to do ministry in a community. They've already been helping in this community. They walk the community daily. And just before we met with the neighborhood association, they gave an example that same week, they found by knocking on doors, they found a father that had just been became a recently single dad and had no food in his house. They coordinated with the food bank to get him supplies, food to his house, and then also coordinated with the community members they have to provide him with a 40-hour work week because he was only working 20 hours. So not only just going out there and pray for people, but actually doing actionable items. And, they would be able to use this building for good use, to bring something back to the community. From what we've understood in our zoning commission, why they denied it was because of it wasn't brought, nothing can be brought to A5, but we are not requesting anything to be brought. We're just asking to be allowed to use the building has been there for a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Henry, Reba Henry is our next speaker.
Good evening, members, mayor, and members of the council. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening on behalf of Polytechnic Heights South Neighborhood Association. Me and this microphone just don't get along. I'm always too high volume or too close to it or something. Ma'am, I can't hear you. I understand that. In August, we appeared before the Zoning Commission to protest or oppose this request for zoning change. At that point, we asked for 90 days in which to look at our community and determine what were current land uses and zoning. Polytechnic has not had, or the south part of Polytechnic has not had a neighborhood association for maybe Ms. Bivens can tell you, but I don't believe there's been one since I last left being the neighborhood president. We asked for 90 days so that we could look at the current zoning and land use for our neighborhood and to meet with the neighbors or the property owners and find out what it was that they were trying to do. We have met with them. We met on August 1st. We have received zoning maps from the Zoning Commission. We have planned several workshops that will help educate the community about zoning designations and planned an urban land institute urban plan workshop so people can understand what it takes to redevelop a community. With this particular project, it is unfortunate that it was overlooked as it was overbuilt. It has been a nuisance in the community for years, either trash, loitering, more police calls probably than you even want to think about. So we met with them on the 1st of September. 6 members of the committee or the association did. And we are still opposed to changing this zoning to urban residential because we're not ready to say that that's the best and highest use for that property, nor are the people that they have as leasees potentially the kind of institution, organization that we'd like to see in the neighborhood, unleashing people to walk around and knock on doors for whatever the purpose.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Henry.
you very much. I
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much. Councilmember Nettles, that's the last four speakers on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I did meet with you guys as well as the ministry. And so when I talked to staff and looking at zoning commission and looking at the A5 that's all around the property, at this time, and I know that you guys are having a struggle with getting somebody to lease that property. I think that it is close to Texas Westland. I think that we can try to establish some type of leadership meeting to see what is the best use and highest use for that property to support. Because I hate that you guys own a property that you cannot use. But at this time, I do want to support our staff and our community. And I'm going to motion to deny without prejudice so that you have opportunity to bring something back within the year. But I will set up a meeting to see if we can help get your property used.
Second, council, please vote. Motion carries.
Zoning docket 23-113.
We have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Nettles.
Okay, is the applicant here? Okay, you don't have to come up. I did meet with him and we had some concerns about bringing this to a PD. And so I did meet with them and they agreed to do a PD. So once I find my sheet here, okay, I'm going to motion to approve ZC 20-23-113 as amended for a PDI plan development for all uses in I light industrial, excluding the following uses: correctional facility, water, waste, sewage, treatment facility, water supply, treatment or storage facility, club, commercial or business, massage parlor, theater drive-in, mobile homes or manufactured homes, housing sales, recreational vehicles, RV sales / storage, towing yards with office, truck stop with fuel and accessory services, vehicles, steam, cleaning, blacksmithing or wagon shop, coal, coke, or wood yard, cemetery, fabrics, and manufactured housing, temporary or office building, manufactured homes / RV repairs, paint, mixing, or spraying, railroad, roadhouse, or car repair shop, railroad tracks, steam spur, loading or storage, amusement or outdoor temporary, blast plant, concrete temporary. And that's my motion. Thank you.
Second, please vote.
That's okay.
Zoning docket ZC 23-118.
We have one speaker on this item, and that person is only star position. So there is none, so we have no speakers on this item. Councilmember Beck.
I'd like to thank staff for all the hard work that they did to get this across the finish line and just align the neighborhood with the development that's currently there. So I move to approve.
Okay. M&C 23-0763.
Block. Alliance motion.
So motion to approve.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
M&C 23-0764.
I'd like to make a motion I move to approve the Fort Worth City Council adopt the resolution authorizing use of the power of eminent domain to acquire .109 acres in a permanent public access easement from real property owned by Lake Worth Investments Incorporated. This property interests are needed for the Fort Worth Block 9 plating project, a public use that will provide sufficient vehicular access for the public and emergency responders for the properties located in Block 9 of the Lake Worth Lee Survey in the city of Fort Worth. The land rights in the subject properties are needed for the construction, operation, maintenance, replacement, upgrade, and repair of the public access easement. These properties are located at 4220 Wells Drive, Lake Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, being a part of lots 23, 24, and 25 in the Hodgkins Highland, in addition to the city of Lake Worth, Tarrant County, Texas. According to the plat recorded in the volume 204, page 90 of the plat records of Tarrant County, Texas, this property interest to be acquired are described by the meets and bounds and depicted by survey exhibits attached to this mayor and council communication.
Okay, council, any other questions? Please vote. Motion carries.
M&C 23-0765.
Councilmember Blaylock.
So bear with me for a moment. I have a speech to read here too. I move that the Fort Worth City Council adopt the resolution authorizing use of the power of eminent domain to acquire 0.001 acres in right-of-way easement from real property owned by Ron E. Brown and Kelly V. Brown. The land rights in the subject property are needed for the Avondale Haslett Road project, a public use that will reconstruct and widen Avondale Haslett Road from Willow Creek Drive to the eastern city limits of Haslett at John Day Road. The property will be used for widening and reconstructing the existing 2-lane asphalt roadway to a 4-lane divided concrete urban arterial. The property is located at Willow Springs Court, Willow Springs West Subdivision, Block A, Lot 18, City of Haslett, Tarrant County, Texas. The property interest to be acquired is described by meets and bounds and depicted by survey exhibits attached to this mayor and council communication.
Council, any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
M&C 23-0766.
Councilmember Hill.
Yes, y'all bear with me, one more long one. I move that the Fort Worth City Council adopt the resolution authorizing the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire the .011 acres in a permanent public access easement from real property owned by SLR Properties. The property interests are needed for the Fort Worth Block 9 plating project, a public use that will provide sufficient vehicular access for the public and emergency responders for the properties located in Block 9 of the Lake Worth Lease Survey in the city of Fort Worth. The land rights in the subject properties are needed for the construction, operation, maintenance, replacement, upgrade, and repair of the public access easement. The property is located at 4221 Lake Worth Drive, Lake Worth, Tarrant County, Texas, being part of Lot 22B in Hodgkins Highlands, in addition to the city of Lake Worth, Tarrant County, Texas. The property interests are to be acquired are described by the meets and bounds and depicted by the survey exhibits attached to this mayor and council communication.
Motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries.
MNC 23-0769.
Councilmember Hill.
Does Gina have a comment?
No, you're good. They're just talking. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Michael.
Okay, well, no, I was going to move to approve, and I was very excited to have a library in District 7, since it's my only one.
I was just going to
Michael.
congratulate you.
Thank
That's something
you.
we've been working on, and we didn't know at the time that it would be moving into 7, but it will be the first library. And this is, I think, a model that we can move forward with. It's not a big brick and mortar, but it's within a shopping center where people will use it. So I'm glad that you will have a new library there in District 7.
Thank you.
For Chapel Creek.
Motion and a second. Councilmember Crane, please vote. Gina. It is. Reading is fundamental. Yeah. Mhm.
Motion carries.
Sorry, yeah, that.
MNC 23-0780.
Councilmember Blaylock, you're up.
So motion to accept the dedication of the property.
Vote. Motion carries.
MNC 23-0781.
Approved to accept the dedication of MC 23-0781.
Motion not approved yet, please vote. Motion carries.
And now we are moving back to page 23. To here, MNC 23-0739.
Okay, y'all tired of me yet? I would move to approve with appreciation to mayor and council.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Really excited about our partnership with the Fort Worth Science and History Museum.
And I see Thomas S. Byrne.
Yes. Thanks, Ben. Way to hang in there, buddy.
Motion carries. MNC 23-0742.
Thank you. We did already have our speaker on this item, council, and I think we're going to have maybe an amendment here, Councilmember Beck. There's a few speakers on this item. Go ahead, Councilman. Are you up first?
Who?
Anybody can speak. Chris,
Well,
you're up first. You're green. Do you want to speak on this
yes.
item? Go for it.
No, I appreciate Fernando and Victor. I think it's gone now, as well as Donna is still here. But in the process of making sure that we put best use to these dollars, I'm excited that all 3 of these projects is going to be in District 8. So I am going to move for approval.
Got a motion, a second, and discussion. Councilmember Beck.
I have an alternate motion. Yes, in District 8. Okay. As many of you recall, we worked really hard to carve out $5 million to put towards permanent supportive housing. It was something that was incredibly important to this council. I am supportive of these projects in general. There's one specifically that several of us have questions about. And it's not a no. We just want to have a discussion about how these ARPA dollars that we earmarked to go to permanent supportive housing to ensure that that's what they're doing. And so with that, I would move to approve MNC 23-0742 with the following changes. Remove the request to reallocate $1.5 million in ARPA funding for the purpose of funding new construction of the affordable housing not permanent supportive housing project, referred to as the Nest, and continuing that to the following council meeting, which is 9/26/23, and to make all conforming changes to the M&C as needed to allow us the time, those of us that have questions and concerns about the particular project, to be able to understand how best the city of Fort Worth's ARPA dollars are being spent.
Councilmember Beck, I'm going to ask Donna Floyd to come down in a moment and maybe provide some clarification and questions, but we have lots of council members that are going to speak on this item, I think. What's that? You do? Okay, okay. Councilmember Crane, I think you had your light on, and then Councilmember Hill.
Yeah, I just want to state for the record, I am recusing myself from this vote based on my wife's employment with Child Care Associates and all the paperwork's on file with the city secretary.
Okay, and Councilmember Williams, I'm so sorry.
Oh, anyways. I thought that would be fun. Anyways, I'm recusing myself from this as well due to my employment with the Tarrant Area Food Bank. And all my paperwork is on file with the city secretary. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jared. Councilmember Hill.
I want to second Councilwoman Beck's motion. This is where I'm very familiar with Justin's Place. This is not anything against that at all, and the work you do is phenomenal. It really is. We're in a homeless crisis right now, and so I want to make sure the reallocation of dollars going from permanent supportive housing to deeply affordable housing, we have an understanding of what that actually means and the impact that it has on our city. We have 45 families, homeless families, living in cars right now, and I want to make sure that those kids are not living in cars. And just the continuance, I think, of this conversation will give clarity to how we're addressing homelessness in Fort Worth. We've heard that over and over again at every single budget meeting. The increase in homelessness, I think we have 2,700 currently in Fort Worth. But I just think it would be helpful for me to understand what we're dealing with.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. Did I get to everybody? Yes, everybody's green light is up. Donna, please come down if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Donna, it's very difficult in a short amount of time this late to probably describe your life's work, but if you don't mind, please give us an understanding of Justin's Place and, more importantly, the project that you put into fruition in the Nest and how the city can be of benefit to you.
Certainly. Thank you. First off, I want to address how Justin's Place and the Nest is going to address the homelessness issue in our city. I'm asked that question once a week. We are a solution-based body of work, a body of work that is aimed at reducing poverty in our city, especially with single moms and families. That's what we're all about. And we'll do that by allowing single moms and families to come and live at the Nest, giving them the support that they need to be equipped and empowered to actually attain a wage-sustaining job, to then be launched to live independently where they will never slide back into poverty. That won't only change their generation, but it will change their children's generation, because the same time as these moms are raising up, we'll be raising up their children to read at grade level, to graduate from high school, to go on to some type of secondary education. So the way we will affect homelessness in this city is by equipping and empowering women and children to step forward and on their own sustain that by themselves. Justin's Place is built on a body, well, it's built out of Justin's life, whose single mom fell down and we couldn't get her standing back up. So we raised Justin up, and then we began a body of work to address the things we learned from his life, to reach down and help single moms that have lived in generational poverty and poverty for generations, to help them with transportation programs, help them with education programs, help them step towards their dreams and goals, not our dreams and goals, but their dreams and goals, to step towards a future to live independently. It is a body of work that does address permanent housing, because they won't ever need government-supported housing. They won't ever need tax assessed housing or housing that's supplemented in any other way, because once they have graduated from the program, they'll be able to stand on their own 2 feet. We are modeling after a program in Knoxville, Tennessee that has been successful now for 15 years. Their success rates are amazing. They're as high as 95%. And that's what we're looking to bring here to Fort Worth. It's not a quick fix, but it is a fix that will be a permanent fix.
Thank you, Donna. Go ahead, Chris. Yes.
Thank you. And it was a privilege to meet with you because it was my duty to do that because it's in District 8. And that's what we do on this council. We deal with things that are in our district as the respect of each other. I did speak with you earlier today because I told you that there were some concerns that came up, and I wanted to make sure that you wasn't blindsided. And so one of the things we talked about on the phone is that you did speak with the Tarrant Homelessness Coalition, and that as well as Tara Perez, that you would be willing to accept referrals from them. Is that?
Yes, and our referral process will be open to, of course, the Tarrant County Homeless Coalition, the shelter system, women walking out of the NATS program for rehabilitation out of sex trafficking. We'll be working with elementary schools to house women that are living in their cars. We serve women currently that have been living in their cars and have walked them through Tarrant County Homeless Coalition into the shelter system, into rapid rehousing until our program is ready to go and is built and ready to house those people. So we deal with that day in and day out. I answer and refer people into those systems every day of the week, and we can't wait till those organizations can refer people into our program.
And I got another question. I want Fernando to come up because this wasn't done in a vacuum. Basically, you guys have also went to Tarrant County and received funding from Tarrant County as well. And this is going to be an opportunity where the city can match dollars with Tarrant County to make this process come to fruition. Fernando, can you give us a little update on this, since this council have a couple of questions about this project?
I'll be happy to answer questions. You are correct, Councilmember Nettles. Tarrant County has allocated $1.5 million of their ARPA funds, subject to the city matching it on a dollar-for-dollar basis, which is a reason that staff recommended that we allocate $1.5 million of city ARPA funds to match county funds and take advantage of that opportunity to leverage those resources. And as you've heard from Justin's Place, their project would serve folks who are at risk of homelessness, which is a step toward addressing the homelessness crisis in our community.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilman Hill, please.
Donna, I want to thank you again for speaking and for really all the work that you do. You and I have had multiple conversations about Justin's Place, and what you're doing really is commendable. My questions really are about the reallocation of funds. So it's not really nothing to do with the mission of Justin's Place. It's more about the funds are taking now from addressing the homelessness crisis that we're in to a little bit longer timeline. Could you, for the record, tell me how long the timeline will be till the nest is up and running, and how many units you plan on allocating to potentially homeless families?
Yes, the nest is under construction right now. We're in the land development phase. Currently, as of today, we're scheduled to be built and open by June 1st, 2024. I can guarantee you that's going to be a little later than everything's been a month later. But we're hoping that kids start school housed in our program, families start school housed in our program, by August of 2024. Every home we have will address a family that's homeless. Every single home will be dedicated to stopping homelessness in our city and putting a stop to it and helping those trends go down. Each house we have will be, open for single-mothered families. I can tell you, of the women we serve right now, we're serving 58 single-mothered families. I can tell you that probably 90, I can't tell you exactly, but probably 90% of them have been homeless at one point or another while we've been serving them. When I'm thinking through their faces right now, I can only see 2 that have had one period of time of no homelessness or evictions or staying with a friend or a family member. So every single house we have will serve and be allocated to a family to keep them from being homeless.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Beck? No, you're good. Sorry, your light's still on. Donna, thank you so much. I think my recommendation to Councilwoman Beck would be that this only is continued for 2 weeks. That gives a little bit more time. That's what we did. Okay, perfect. And I've loved getting to know Donna and her team, and I think this absolutely is the right way to go. I think we're dealing really with federal definitions of what PSH really is here, and I hope that this is a model that HUD eventually will take on, is recognizing this is how you truly prevent people from ever needing PSH in the first place. And importantly, the number of units we'll be able to turn over. I think I understand 18 to 22 years is usually your average timeline for a woman and her child to be, or children to be at the nest, and the next family can come on. So you think about the multiplication impacts of the potential project like this one. So 2 weeks. And we hope to not put you at the very end. So on record here to City Secretary's office, let's do right by Donna and make sure she's at the beginning of the agenda. And thank you to the leadership of council for helping us get to this place. This is very exciting, and our partnership with Tarrant County on some very important projects in our community. So thank you. Okay, Beck's good. We're good? We don't need to do it again?
You amended your motion.
She did. She correct.
Okay,
Yeah, she,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
Okay, we're
Right,
good.
but I will say, but my motion is still on the floor.
Okay,
for
so
approval.
substitute goes first, so let's vote on Elizabeth's first.
And so I will, before we take that vote, I will say to this council and this body, number one, I have been one of the loudest voices on this council to make sure that we have permanent supportive housing. In the last 2 years, I have accepted 3 permanent supportive housing. I don't think any of this other council can say that. And so for us to be so concerned about public supportive housing, I will say, if you're so concerned, put your money where your mouth is, get some in your district. But tonight, we need to support Donna, and we need to get moving with this process. 2 weeks is not gonna change the decision. So let's not prolong it. We've been here since 10:30. Let's vote this vote tonight. So I hope that you vote Elizabeth Beck's motion down and vote for mine. Thank you, council.
I'm just kind of confused right now. That's why I got me some cookies a while ago. I have the, I guess you'd say my track record is to always support the council member of the district, where the vote is taking place. And so I don't know what discussion has taken place afterwards, but it's always congenial to respect that council person. And so I won't be supporting my friend's substitute motion, but it appears you have the votes to do that, but I will be supporting the councilman because it is his district.
Mayor.
So please know that.
Councilmember Beck, yes.
Sorry.
If I'm confused, let me know.
No, I think you're right on, Mayor Pro Tem. This isn't about interfering with any one specific district. We have a very good working relationship on this council where we trust each other to make decisions as it relates to zoning for each other's districts. This is not a zoning case. This has to deal with ARPA dollars, which are the city's ARPA dollars. They are not allocated to any single district. They go to projects within districts. And this isn't about messing in someone's district or meddling. This is about making sure that we as a council have thoroughly understood the decision that we make. And again, I look forward to dialoguing with you about the program, and it's not specific to the program, but we really invested and we set a policy decision, this council did, to really make sure that we were addressing homelessness with those ARPA dollars because they are precious and we will not get them again, and we want to make sure that we are being good stewards of those dollars. And so that's really what this motion is about. It's not about...
To be clear, I was in DC when we were figuring out how to calculate the ARPA dollars. My position of respect for the council member is not restricted to zoning.
Sure.
I have no anger toward you guys, but this seems kind of different.
Yeah.
And so I can't support it, but it looks like the votes are there.
That's fine. And really, again, I just want to reiterate, it's about making sure it's not canceling the project, right? We're not trying to kill it. But I think in any other situation, we allow deference when a council member seeks to, for a continuance, for better understanding, better clarification. You know, we talk about giving the people their voice.
You
and
will
letting
not
the
box
people
me
say-
into zoning. That will not happen here.
I'm not, Gina, I'm
I
not
think you
addressing.
need to move on
Sure.
because I've given you
Okay,
my
thank
blessing, okay?
I appreciate that. But this isn't directed to you specifically. So what I'm asking is to allow those of us that just want to understand this a little better, 2 weeks to do so. It's not removing the projects. The other two projects in this MNC move forward, and it's not even denying the money. It's just allowing greater conversation so that we can make more informed decisions. So I'm seeking to make a more informed decision to ensure that it's in alignment with what we initially sought to do with those ARPA dollars.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
You too.
It's only Tuesday.
Oh, I don't need a lecture.
Any other discussion, council, missing? Go ahead, Councilmember Hill.
Regina, don't be mad at me. I'll say one last thing. And this decision was, this money was allocated before my time here. No. The money was allocated from ARPA before my time. And so I can't in good conscience move forward without better understanding what we're doing. And I can't look at people in the eye and say, yes, we're going to do something about homelessness, that these kids that are homeless currently, and we have money on the table to do it, to look at. I'm in full support of Justin's Place, but in good conscience, I have to better understand what we're doing today, if
And
that's
they've
okay.
done great work in my district.
Absolutely.
This council needs to know I have no argument. I just want to go home.
I
And so
know.
whatever we're going to do, let's just do it.
Okay.
So we have an alternative motion on the floor that we have to deal with first. So for clarity, we have a motion by Councilmember Beck, seconded by Councilmember Hill, that would continue just the funding of $1.5 million to the Nest for 2 weeks from today, which is September 26th. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. The rest of the ARPA allocations would stay as is in MNC 23-0742. So with that, council, you may vote on the alternative motion on the floor with Councilmember Beck. Okay. Motion to extend passes. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Where are we, Ron? No.
We just took the motion for the continuance, didn't pass, so we go back to the original motion?
I think, no, we're good. We can keep going. So we're on MNC 23-0768.
Okay.
Councilmember, thank you. Motion, no, please vote. Motion carries.
MSC 23-0771.
Just going for the mic. So take it
Okay.
easy.
I've got a motion, Councilmember Flores. It's your district.
Yes, move for approval.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Last item is MSC 23-0773.
Councilmember Blaylock.
Move to approve.
On the floor, please vote. Go again, Gina, there you go. Motion carries. And with that, council, I believe our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for attending.